my end.
I know, that's just because I'm tabbed out.
Okay.
Can't believe you're making me play a bloody horror game on Christmas.
You
At least it's not Christmas Day,
won't
but
regret it. You
we're
won't
supposed to be
regret it.
getting the Christmas mood.
You're gonna love it. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. It's super popular at the moment, and it's really well written. It's very story dense. It's like 2 hours long. But essentially, in this game, you play as the guy that nobody likes.
Oh, that's just
The
real
ship is
life.
Yep, the ship is crashed, and there's nothing to eat except mouthwash. So it's gonna
That
be a
does
great
not
game.
sound like a fun experience.
Well, for the characters, it's definitely not.
So why are you making me play this? You made me buy the
Because
game out of my own money, and then you're making me play the game on my channel
yeah,
at Christmas.
yes, sir. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome.
So I'm just sending out notifications.
I'm not sure if what I'm seeing is gonna be a little bit behind because I'm seeing it through YouTube, or if I
No,
should be
no,
seeing it through.
you should be seeing it through Discord. It's just paused at the moment because
I.
I'm tabbed out.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because fuck StreamYards, we're going labs because StreamYards is over fucking expensive.
Yeah, they changed their prices for some reason. I bet LitDev is still paying it though. I hope he's doing all right. I hope he's having a good Christmas. But yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Uh, so do you like want to like take turns reading the dialogue, or like do you want to play certain characters?
What- I I don't know. I don't know what this is about.
Okay, there's a bit of dialogue. There's a bit of dialogue.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So wait, show subtitles.
We're we should probably share the stream on Twitter and such.
I've already shared it on my Twitter.
Awesome, awesome. I'm gonna share it on my Twitter.
I've also shared it through Discord as well.
All right, that's good. I should be like, get in here, we're playing mouthwashing! Alright. I'm probably gonna retweet yours. Get in here, we're playing mouthwashing.
Already getting like weird alien vibes.
Yeah, it is big weird.
No, because it's like the slow opening in space. I'm expecting Ellen Ripley to start a monologue any time now.
I think I messed up the... Did I mess up the tweet? I messed up the tweet. How did I mess up a
What do
tweet?
you mean you messed up the tweet?
I messed up the tweet.
How do you mess up a tweet?
Basically, the link was like connected to what I had already, so so you couldn't click the link. Quote tweet.
I'm confused.
I'm gonna do it again. Mouthwashing. I'm so glad you like agreed to play this. This is gonna be awesome. Oh, you're starting?
Yeah? How do I steer right?
Alright, so...
Oh, there we go.
Right.
Wait, why am I... Why did I steer
Extreme
right?
warning! Direct collision! Engaging autopilot! Stop, what are you doing? I can't read the dialogue! It's locked.
Well, I just aimed us into the asteroid, apparently.
Yep. It's locked. It's locked.
Why did I aim us into the asteroid?
Fantastic question. There's nothing else to be seen here. Let me read the dialogue boxes!
We're kind of in a situation.
Nope. Trust me, it's supposed to... Trust me, it's fine.
It's fine. We're crashing into an asteroid. How can that be fine?
It's fine. You know, it's nothing wrong's gonna happen. I promise. This is gonna be. It's gonna be great. Damn, Pony. Oh, okay. Employee card, Anya. Pony Express.
That's supposed to be me.
I don't know. An emergency generator. Take the emergency key. Alright.
But I got a
Oh,
key.
I think. Yeah.
Use
Use
key.
the key. Big butt.
Disengage.
Disengage autopilot.
You sure this is how the game's supposed to be played?
I'm quite sure. CLS is in the chat. Celestial Falcon is also in the chat. What's up, my boys? We are washing mouth.
But I'm just a psychopath then. I've just steered us into an asteroid and then I've turned off the autopilot and I'm now walking away from it.
Whoops. Pony says, giddy up. Don't be daft.
Let me guess, is this game by English developers?
Huh?
It says don't be daft. Daft's an English expression, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Do Americans say daft?
No, we don't. Well, we don't really say daft, no.
Yes, I'm guessing the developers are English already.
Oh boy, it's getting spoopy. It's a lot of pony posters.
Yeah, a lot of ponies. Oh, I'm going to turn around. There's going to be something behind me, isn't there?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's when you... Why do games think so scary? It's like, oh, they make you go back and then there's going to be something there. Hello.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going to turn around and what's going to happen? Nothing? Okay. Right, bro. Alright.
Alright.
Do this.
Celestial Falcon says Shiny going for the asteroid crash, speed run any percent. Whew boy. Can you run or can you this is the only speed you can go?
Oh no, I can run.
Alright.
Hello.
Oh shit. Why did I get scared? I'm serious.
Yeah, why are you the one getting scared? Ooh, spooky indie horror game.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
For some reason it likes tabbing me out. Let me guess, from behind this door, or that door, or one of these doors, gonna be something. Nope. Hello.
Oh my gosh. Two months after the crash.
These
Jimmy, anyone else? Oh, do you want to read it or should I read it?
I'll let you read it.
Alright. Anyone else would do the same thing. Swansea. We ain't touching the damn cargo. The hold is locked down for a reason. Only thing worse than dying slowly is not getting paid. Anya, it would be something. What? Stop! Could be what? Hopes, dreams, and marzipan? Ha! You don't have to. If it helps us survive, it's worth it. Man, Pony Express bosses are aren't chill at all, huh? Come on, take a quick look won't hurt. How exactly this group therapy committee planning on getting in there? Oh, right here, boss. You're looking at the meanest swing of the regional junior baseball team. Straight up, nearly corked a kid once. I could take the utility axe and... You were damn born fully corked! That's enough, Swansea. There has to be, in case of an emergency, way inside. If I remember correctly from the safety protocols, the door should have an alternate access code. But it can only be uncovered using a code scanner device. And only the captain has access to the scanner. Of course, go ahead and ask him all about it then. Maybe he'll sing you the blues, too. We don't need him if there's... We won't need him if we find the scanner, get the code, and open the hold. For better or worse, I'm captain now.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Look at me.
I am the
right
captain
on. Now we gotta find the code scanner. Swift -1 is in the chat. What's good, man? The Laughing Cavalier is also here. I'd read that, but I'm not sure if that's spoiler.
Read what?
Laughing Cavalier says, what do we call this character? How about Swansea after that city in Wales? I guess that's a city in Wales, dude. I thought that was spoilers. Looks like it's soup again for dinner. You want a rock, paper, scissors for chicken noodle? How much food do we have left?
Oh wait, am I Jimmy?
Yes, you're Jimmy.
Okay, I'm Jimmy. How much? I'll say Jimmy's lines then. How much food do we have left?
Okay. I'd say like 4 months-ish.
Less than the remaining air supply, but we can make it last. In theory. We'll be starting to poke some new holes in our belts pretty soon if we had to pull that off.
Man, my mom will straight up stuff me when I get back. I'll look like Swansea. We'll have a rad story to tell, though. They might even write articles about us. We could be on TV. Huh?
It'll impress the ladies too. What?
Hell yeah. The real problem is us running out of toilet paper. Fatal stuff, man. I thought that he said fecal stuff.
Fecal stuff.
We should leave that part out for the press.
Wait, that's a dude?
Yeah, that's a dude.
You look very sad.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. He's not having a good time. Is that the captain by any chance?
Yep, that's the captain. Bro, read the dialogue.
The vent has been busted forever, at least according to Swansea. Probably beyond wrecked now.
You didn't talk to her.
Do I want to talk to her?
I mean, you could. Not sure if that's going to progress the story, but you go ahead. He doesn't want to keep still anymore. Oh, that's me. Sorry.
What about the painkillers?
It just hurts him so much. I can't stand the noise.
You did make it through nursing school, right? Pony Express sure does know how to cut corners, if nothing else.
I was thinking, we never went back to the cockpit after we dragged him out.
It's almost entirely foamed up.
So he was in the
Kind of a
cockpit when he
miracle
crashed.
Curly didn't end up fossilized. But it could still be unstable.
I just think, well, it's the only place the code scanner could still be.
Otherwise, we're shit out of luck. I'll take a look.
I know you'll figure it out, Jimmy. You're so capable.
Hey, hands to yourself.
Oh, also, well, I was hoping you can help me with the captain.
Curly?
Right, sorry, with Curly's medication.
People have to be worth their titles. Don't you think, Nurse Anya?
Yeah, forget I asked.
I'll take care of it. What am I doing? Am I killing the captain? I'm sure. Wait, the captain. Wait, was I playing the
No,
captain in the start then?
you gotta give him his meds. It's on the counter.
Open wide. His mouth is closed.
Oh, you could open his mouth.
Hold still. I don't like this any more than you do. You know what they say? Pain is how we know we're still living. Very strong argument for euthanasia.
I can't bear to listen to him. Excuse me, sorry.
So how are these painkillers if they make him feel more pain?
I don't think they make him feel more pain.
Then what's the problem?
They're trying to keep him alive. They're not gonna kill the poor guy.
Yeah, but then why? I'm confused why there's a problem with giving him painkillers.
Because he chokes it, like you have to force it in his mouth. He can't move. And he's gotta choke it down.
You're making me do a job.
A lot of foam and stuff. Thank you for helping with Curly. Did you find the code scanner? I hope it's still there. The cockpit is covered in foam.
Where's the cockpit? Yeah, I'm really getting a Christmassy spirit.
Take the code scanner. Open the cargo hold. Is this the cargo hold? This should be
just
useful.
looking.
Okay. CLS has 7 lurkers. I think
This
the
is back to where
foam
we
is
were
supposed.
before.
Oh, sorry?
So this leads back to where we were before.
Huh.
I assume it's like structural foam.
Or like because of the crash. I think it was like the foam to keep from fires.
No, I think it's more to keep the structural integrity.
Ah, I see. Code scanner. Captain only. Used to reveal access codes across the Tulpar. Laughing Cavalier says, nice of them to put cotton candy everywhere. He also says, the guy with no legs really makes you think of the holiday season.
Yeah, I agree. Really making me feel.
Entry prohibited.
4
Oh.
5 1 7.
Look at all this stuff.
A lot of... Oh, the game's...
Oh, Oh. That happens, by the way. Are you listening?
Am I curly now?
Yes, indeed you are.
Okay, yeah, damn, I'm so sorry. Couldn't sleep again, but I passed the psych eval.
Well, you gave the same answers as last time. I do wish you'd open up a little more, Captain. These evaluations aren't just about you.
As long as I'm fit to fly in your eyes, Anya.
Oh, stop it. Guess that means I'll have one more eval left to do.
Jimmy?
He acts as if I do these things for fun. Then I have to make a report with things like... I have found myself sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses.
Excuse me?
Jimmy's not taking it seriously.
How? Well, I could take it off your hands.
Really?
I've known him also a long time. He wouldn't try this bullshit with me.
I suppose you're the captain.
I am the captain.
Thank you. What a relief. Oh, before I forget, Swansea asked me to give you this.
Can't expect a person not to perform miracles.
Not sure what this means, but sounds like fun.
He just has a face that's eternally just sad and depressed.
Good luck, Captain.
Look at her. Like, they haven't even crashed yet, and she's still just the exact same face.
Yeah, well. CLS says, oh heck nah, furries! And Celestial Falcon says, Vosh, is that you? Vosh is the creator of this enterprise. Man, this whole ship reminds me of like the battleship that you and I went to. It was awesome. Oh, this guy.
No, not the battleship North Carolina.
Yeah, that was awesome. And Pony Express said they don't provide onboard entertainment.
Feels like there's always something broken in that room. Tupla's starting to show her age.
Past inspection, right? Shouldn't be an issue.
Plus they added
Daisuke? Not Daisuke?
Whatever, last minute. Didn't account for that there'd be 5 of us now. I really should have made a bigger stink about that one. Okay. What am I doing again?
Don't you have to give him the Psyche Val, I think?
Oh.
Oh, I don't think you have it. We can get it later. We can get it later. Might want to talk to the guys in there. Or, yeah.
Well, I can see the issue.
The kid was brought on just to make me suffer. Intern my ass. I was just trying to fix the vent. How did that trigger the emergency phone? 'Cause you're talented on all the wrong ways. I would have dealt with this, but only you can unlock the axe case. Every damn thing has to go through you. I'll handle it. Hang in there, Daisuke. Oh wait, that's you. Sorry. Yeah, I might want to get the Psyche Valve from Anya.
$2609. Can't use that here. I disagree. I'm assuming I don't want to cut off his nads.
Careful now. Ouch! Oof, strong stuff, huh? Get it through your damn skull. That vent is strictly off limits. Fully fucking collapsed inside. You looking to get impaled, electrocuted, and cooked? Yeah, but like, you can't fit in there to fix it, right? So I can totally handle it. Captain, give me the axe.
Swansea. This could have damaged the pods. You can't let something like this happen again.
Yeah, I got it. Loud and clear.
Keep the axe until you've cleaned all this up, yeah?
What's up, Jimbo? I take it Anya diagnosed you with being sane then?
Just off center, but that will keep me on my toes. I said I'll do yours. I want to hear all about those cartoon horses. Is that something you were born with or recently developed?
Alright, shut up. Let's go to the cockpit.
Think of all
Man,
the
this
Christmassy
music's kinda
games we
banging.
could be playing right now, like Batman Arkham Origins.
Nothing gets me into the holiday spirit more than Catwoman's backflips.
And
It's
when was
Batman
this
going,
here?
I'm Batman.
How big is this ship?
Fantastic question.
I don't remember there being a long way down to the stairs. Or there being a massive dead void.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to go in the
Like-
void? Okay.
Into the void we go.
So the
Whee!
captain is insane. Tonight on Bottom Gear, Hammond tries to kill everyone. May gets hit in the head with an axe, and I die violently.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Bro is insane.
I feel like I have one of the have you ever seen Madagascar?
Yes, I have.
It feels like one of those like weird hallucination scenes when you can see the sun rise.
Oh, I remember that.
Sprinkle it with you, 'cause the Candyman can.
Ladders.
You can see the sunrise, you can see the sunrise, sprinkle it with you.
Candyman can.
I have no idea what's happening. Ah, you can see the sunrise! You can see the sunrise!
Laughing Cavalier says, all I know about Madagascar is the penguins telling Mrs. Obama to get down. There was an episode of that?
I don't think so. I think it's just a meme. What is this fucking
Oh.
G-Man? The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Can't just make something up for this. It's not like these evals ever go anywhere when we get back.
We'll power through it. Have you been able to complete your mandate tasks as co-pilot efficiently to fulfill your to your fullest capacity?
Ugh, let's see.
I'll just put good for that one. That's all of them done. How are things otherwise off the record?
I like it. We're in control here.
Didn't think you'd ever be, or you'd ever take to being a freighter pilot as well as you have. What with how you struggled back on Earth?
Sure. All I ever hear is about how great of a leader you are. Honestly, it's kind of annoying. So what is it?
Hmm?
How come it always seems like you're standing on the edge of a bridge with your feet in the cement?
Lately I've just been thinking, this is enough? Should I stay here because I've been successful at it? A good long-haul freighter captain?
And that's bad?
That's what I'm saying, it's not. But it's terrifying. I think, am I figured out? Is this all that I'll ever be? Or do I take the risk and try something new? Even if I'm bad at it.
I guess I get it. You reached the highest rung on this ladder. So now you're thinking you might be in the wrong ladder altogether. Still a long way down from the top, no matter how you look at it. Well, I'm still climbing and climbing.
So, something like that. But hey, you know I still believe in you. Here, on Earth. Doesn't matter.
Ha! You should write that on the psych eval. Message incoming! Oh no, the big guys themselves. Guess that's my cue. I'll see you later.
So the captain is insane.
Take news from the corporate office. After all the...
Okay, so apparently I can't read the corporate office news. Don't let me.
Screw them.
Hello, TV.
Here, in fact, is the answer to a dream as old as man himself. A giant of limitless power.
This feels like it's about to get copyrighted. That
I think it's old enough where it's not gonna get copyrighted.
Spooky, scary skeletons that
Skeletons
shiver down your spine.
Down your spine.
You'll shriek and shiver in surprise when you...
Dragon Breath presents a revolutionary new dental hygiene product. Brand new formula designed to kill bacteria and kill germs without leaving a bad taste. Dragon Breath Mouthwash. All day higher breath. Batteries not included. 2 months after the crash. Alright, this is you now.
This is...
Mouthwash. Unfucking believable. There's gotta be an ocean of this stuff in here. This room looks freaking endless. This is you.
Oh, this is what they have 5 people holding for over a year. All of this? For mouthwash?
The sugar content probably offsets any potential as disinfectant. Disinfectant? What are you? Let me see that. 14% ethanol. Ha ha. I suppose we'll smell good at least. That's right, kiddo. You can bet your ass on that. What are you doing? Stop that.
He's just drinking mouthwash.
Whoo-wee. Oh, shut up.
It just feels wrong.
I'm just an old codger taking care of his dental hygiene. You hear that? That's the sound of 15 years of sobriety popping like a cyst. A glorious, magnificent, red-hot cyst. Good riddance and cheers. To Captain Curly. Hear, hear. Guess anyone could get seriously blasted off this stuff.
Yeah, and it'll kill you in the process.
This can't be real. There's no way. Now we could go out in style. Daisuke, come here. Anyone ever teach you how to drink like a man? Alex Halo says, well, this is a surprise. Hi, everyone. What's good, Alex Halo? 6 days before the crash. Break the news. Surprise! Surprise! Look at your face. Gotcha.
Look at,
Cheers.
they're supposed to be throwing a surprise party and she still looks really depressed.
I don't think any of their expressions really changed. Oh, that's you.
What's the occasion?
We only get one communal birthday party per trip, right? So we can have it whenever. Only one person can really be a surprise birthday per trip. We did Swansea last haul, remember? No way! I can't believe I missed that. You're the next one on the list, so congratulations. Hate to say it though, your duties have to extend even on your own birthday party. You're the only one with clearance to make the cake. The recipe is here by the machine. Hop to it, Captain.
Bake a cake.
We making cake. I feel like the music is familiar, but I can't tell where it's from.
Where did they say the recipe was again?
Oh, I think it's behind Daisuke, right in the kitchen there. All right. Okay. I think there's like a mix. Yeah, on the counter.
That's water.
Uh-huh.
Oh, is this the
I think so. Papa Polly's Delights.
recipes? Cakes.
Oh, you flipped through the cookbook.
Table of content. What?
Water, gelatin, restricted item. Captain access only.
What's the restricted item?
I don't know. Ooh, what's that?
2,
3, 4, 1.
4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1.
Oh, what's that?
Take sweetener.
Oh, it's sweetener.
Thought it'd be like alcohol or something. Tonic.
Tonic.
Cake recipe. So,
Pony Express standard multicultural and multi-occasion celebration cake mix recipe. A party in a bag. One set of ingredients provided per haul. Communal birthdays are encouraged. Delicious.
step 1. Mix water and gelatin. I think we've got water. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
take water packet. Do we have any gelatin, or do we need to
Uh,
make the gelatin? I think we need to make the
I
gelatin.
think y'all gotta make the gelatin. Yeah.
4, 2, 1, 3.
This became Cooking Mama suddenly.
Okay, so good chunk.
Alright.
Okay, so we've put down water and gelatin, mix cake base and sweetener.
Sweet. Yeah.
I think sweeteners was the one I had, so have to pick up the cake base. Take plain cake base.
Okay.
Use plain cake base and
Sweetener.
sweetener. Flip it down, flip it up. Oh, and everyone just teleported to the table.
You got speech. Can't argue with that. Speech, speech, speech. Go on.
I...
Hey. What's wrong?
That's all it said in the report from management. We've received a paycheck for this delivery. Oh, we will receive the paycheck for this delivery. I don't know about any more than that.
Pony Express finally kicking the bucket, huh? What a joke. And we're the punchline. I don't have any savings.
Well, whose fault is that?
They can't just do this, right? Pony Express was one of the last manned crew. Pony Express was one of the last manned crew freighter companies. The writing's been on the wall for a long time. When did they tell you?
Early this week. I was instructed to wait until we're closer to the final destination. But I can't keep something like this from you all.
Well, I guess you got what you wanted. Without the guilt.
Jim, if I had known...
I could go back to my, how do you put it? Struggle of a life. Anya never got into medical school because she's, well, let's be real. And how many employment years Swansea got left in him? Dicey will be fine. Mommy and Daddy have him covered. So there's that at least. But you, headed for bigger and better, right?
I'm just working my life being at a place I don't have to fucking escape. That's what I've been trying to tell you, nothing more.
We're the ones you're trying to escape. Leave the dirt behind now, and that your boots are clean.
That's not what I meant. This kind of feels like strange in terms of a conversation twist. It's like, it's your fault, despite the fact that its decision's got nothing to do with him.
I mean, like, they're all betrayed, because, like, now the company, like...
Yeah, but it's the
doesn't
company's
exist
fault,
anymore.
not his.
Yeah. It is what you meant. You just couldn't frame it to yourself in a way that kept you as the hero. Abandon the crew, but remain the model captain. Unbelievable. What am I supposed to do? Let's have some fucking cake, huh? Props to the Twilight Crews of the Tulpar. Props to our captain and his new prospects.
Got the cake. Don't stab someone. What a weird way to cut a cake.
You gotta saw
Who
into it.
who stores a cake? Back and forth, back and forth. Just sawing the cake in two.
Three months after the crash. Check on Curly.
Everyone's been really enjoying that mouthwash.
CLS says, I want some cake and ice cream. Just a handful left. Once we're out, we'll have nothing to keep him quiet. Oh wait, that's you. You gotta read it.
I don't know if he's been given his meds yet.
Find Anya.
At least it doesn't look as fucked up as that real Half-Life 2 dead body.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
always
God.
there. There's always an upside.
Alex
How
Halo
much
says, everyone knows
mouthwash have
that
they been drinking?
it's all they got left. Alex Halo says, everyone knows that LD and his cowboy and space soldier friends are the true heroes. You're the true hero, Shiny.
I'm a true hero. Oh, hello, you two.
No, I understand completely. If that's how it has to be. Oh, it's you. Jimmy, not able to sleep either.
It's night time. Why are you talking this late? Anya, why are you crying?
No, don't worry. I'm okay.
We all need to keep it together.
CLS wants to know, so what's the story? Basically we're playing mouthwashing. That's the story.
The captain's a psychopath. He crashed the ship on purpose. Saw a donkey or whatever the bloody hell that was. And then
Pony Express. Pony
brutally
Express doesn't
murdered
exist anymore.
himself. But he's still alive in massive amounts of pain.
Yeah. Don't you worry, Captain.
He's making noises again. Did you give him his meds before, Anya?
No. Must have slipped my mind. I'm sorry.
I'll do it.
No, really, I'm perfectly okay.
I said I'll do it. Alright, painkillers.
Alex Halo says, I know it's a horror story or something. Yeah, it's a space horror, technically.
I never even heard of this game before, so I'm going in completely blind.
Yep, and I know everything that happens, so no spoiling, got it? I saw it and I'm like, Shiny has to play this. He has to play this. And I talked him into playing it.
Bloody Christmas. Well, maybe we could just pretend that this is snow.
Walking in a winter wonderland.
Gonna shove you full of painkillers. Come on. Open up. Stop it with the noises, damn it. I know what everyone is thinking, the way they look at me, what could I even say, and then, what would she do? Damn it. Here we are now, me in the driver's seat. Thanks for that. Open up. Hope this, these make you feel fucking better. There we go. A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. The medicine go down. The medicine
Whoop.
go down.
Oh, yeah, this is you now.
Oh wait,
Or
I
wait,
thought I
no.
was. I thought
Oh,
that
that's me.
Curly's
That's me.
the guy in the bandages.
We should have some.
Why? It's mediocre at best. Obviously.
Sometimes you only get the subpar stuff. That's what makes the really good stuff, well, good, right?
Then why bother?
Hey, we all tried to escape. Didn't work for any of us. I've thought many times, was this what peace feels like? And it's good enough. And is it good enough? If I'm being real, it certainly isn't the best. So all I could do is try to make my life one where I'm not trying to run all the time. Sometimes I'll be promoted, buy a house, fall in love. But other times I'll just have some awful fucking cake with my friend. Right now, that sounds pretty brilliant, yeah? So if you'll do the honors.
Right. Well, let me go find a knife.
You know, there's some like Britishisms I picked up on in the dialogue. Yeah, I think you're right on this one. Alex Halo left a comment. Don't look at it, Shiny, because I know the context of it. Unfortunately, even if Alex Halo doesn't know the context of why Twitter's freaking out over a certain thing, we will just watch. You will understand why. Is it justified? No, obviously, nothing Twitter does is justified, really. But let's enjoy the story. Let's enjoy the game. We gotta get a knife. Gotta cut the cake.
You think you'd find a knife in the kitchen?
You'd think. You'd think.
But instead, you gotta go all the way around. Because the knife apparently is in the cockpit.
The pit of cocks.
That is an axe. Hello, eyeballs. Gonna cut the captain in two.
Now it's time to feast.
So bloody dark, you can't see fuck all. Tonight on Bottom Gear, I have an axe. Let's time to cut some fucking cake. Hey-ya! Oh, come on, cowards! Didn't let me cut him in half.
4 months after the crash. Check on the crew. So, yeah. Any questions about the story so far?
Yeah, well, not at the moment.
Yeah, it's not that confusing. Alright. Because I got a little confused when I first saw it. But, like, that's because I'm kind of
So
dumb.
that the main captain was insane, now I'm going insane.
There's the big man himself, Jimbo! Listen. This is the best part. Away! Ooh!
You're a mess, Swansea.
It'll be all the sad motherfuckers on the tall par in the sky with diamonds. Captain Jimmy pulling the plug on the party before the last call.
Swansea, it's fucking insane.
Edward Schneider says, "Don't do it, Shiny. The cake is a lie."
Anya.
Ah! Oh, you startled me.
Sorry you were staring at the fucking mouthwash for fucking how long?
No worries.
You thinking about drinking that too?
Honestly, yeah. It'd probably just make me feel sick.
Well, yeah, imagining drinking mouthwash would just make you feel sick.
Wouldn't fix anything. As much as I'd like it to.
Right.
Hey, I was thinking. Did you know that not all of the medicine aboard was in my office? We store some in a storage locker in the hallway.
Why haven't you brought this up earlier?
It was foamed up. I didn't think it was possible to reach it. But I've been estimating the position of the foam. I think the medicine depot locker isn't too far into the mass of it. So we could try to break it down.
One strike too many on a weak spot. It all gets sucked out into space. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected it to be. So that the foam is structural foam. It's there to seal you out from the bad stuff in space that wants to suck you.
That makes sense. I think it's worth the risk.
Nothing else, an excuse to get Swansea to hand over the axe. Swansea,
Break.
give me the axe. I'm going to hack you into pieces. Oh,
Jimbo! El Capitano! The man with the plan!
are you done? I need that.
This old thing? This was entrusted to me by our previous, tragically inclined leader. Big responsibility. But you know all about that, huh?
I'm going to try and get some more painkillers. Do something useful, you know?
Oh, I heard all about it. You're looking to pull the plug on this party early.
I'm trying to save us.
Take matters into your own hands, eh? Be my guest.
Is he going to try and attack me? You're just being an asshole.
He's like there's alcohol in the mouthwash. He's drunk.
I'm aware that there's alcohol in the mouthwash.
Alex Hayla says, "My question is, when does the xenomorph show up?"
I can't use this here.
You can't use this on him.
I want to become a dangerous psychopath. But the game won't let me.
There he is. This.
I can't use this here. Apparently, not that one.
There's a place where you gotta use it, right?
Yeah, you gotta use it on some foam in the corridor. I'm going to go suck myself out into space. Where am I supposed to use this? Okay, dude.
Ugh.
How many have you had? Those will kill you before.
Before anything else, I know. My mom found this internship for me. Such a slacker, she said. I don't know. I just never knew what I wanted to be. Never was good at anything. Total screw up.
We're not done yet, Tazuki. What the fuck your name is.
I just hope she won't blame herself. Please, just take it. I don't want to look at this stuff anymore.
I have acquired mouthwash.
Everyone's breath is fresh as heck.
Have I just gone the complete Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one.
I think so, yeah. Isopropyl alcohol. Painkillers.
Huh. You just have the power of teleportation, don't you? I can't use this here. Then what do you want from me?
Oh wow, Jim. You did it.
Yeah, it actually wasn't that hard once I figured it out.
Amazing, really.
Sure.
I hate to ask you again, but could you give Curly his painkillers? It still just makes me so nauseous.
You're not serious. Look, I've entertained your sentimentality up until now, but I'm trying to actually fix things, Anya. I'm getting us through this.
I...
Find the code scanner. Then figure out the door code. Then get the axe, chop up the foam, but not too much. And best of all, give Curly his fucking medicine. But I'm bearing it, I have to. Because the captain has to take fucking responsibility on this goddamn ship. I'm sorry, all those
I'm
heels.
sorry. I didn't mean to.
Go ahead, make sure Tasuki doesn't choke on his own vomit.
No, I can.
I'll take care of it, Anya. I always do. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to guilt trip you for not doing the thing that you were supposed to do. Making me fucking do it. And we'll shove these things down your fucking throat. I didn't think you understood the pressure you under before. Fuck, and you tried to tell me. Our worst moments don't make us monsters, huh? You're always a good captain, Curly, and you'll be one again. I'll get us both through this.
It wasn't so bad this time, I guess.
And
Are
the
we...
game's... Yeah, the game's just
Oh.
transitioning again.
6 hours until judgment. Jimmy! Get the fuck out of here!
What? My hand stop shaking. Okay, there's supposed to be a code in there. I can't get it. The fuck am I supposed to do? Take rope.
Take rope. You can't hide!
I'm going to choke him to death. Use rope? Yeah, I can't use this here. Oh, there we go. Take metal pipe.
I'm gonna chop you into 20 fucking pieces!
Hey, dude, it's okay.
Metal pipe of pain!
Oh, hello.
Oh, fuck!
What a happy chap.
Why did I get scared? 2 days before the crash. Why do I keep getting scared? I've seen this.
You're not the one playing it, and you're the one getting scared. You doing okay?
Yeah. Can't sleep.
I know how that is. I just toss and turn. or stare at the ceiling all night.
I actually kind of like the nighttime window screen. If you can believe it. So I just come look at it sometimes. If you look really, really close, you could see there's a dead pixel in the upper right corner.
That's so. Nope, don't see it.
In the back of my mind, it's always there.
Now I'll go bonkers looking for it. Cheers. I don't think that ruins the illusion though, it's peaceful. But maybe I'm just used to looking at the bigger picture.
How many days of transport do we have left?
Let's see, off the top of my head, around 237 days. Just under.
8 months. Hey, why do you think Pony Express put a lock on the medical room door, but not in the sleeping quarters?
I suppose for the same reason they put a lock on the cockpit. Safety. Five months after the crash.
Jimmy, help! Jimmy, it's a total emergency!
Calm down, what is it?
Anya's stuck in medical. The door won't open. What if she runs out of... something?
Right. Let's go have a look. How? Okay, wait. If you came from medical, why were you behind me? Surely you'd come from that direction. I don't know, man. You're acting kind of sus. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Hey, Anya. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jimmy.
The rest of our medicine is stashed in there too. Damn, this could be bad. Did you try to really put your back into it?
Any wrenches laying around? How heavy is the med kit?
Anya, is the door stuck?
No. Huh? What do you mean?
Look, we're all stressed. But you can't go breaking the door at every little hardship. Okay, you can't go to breaking down at every little hardship. Open the damn door.
You were right. You were right all along. I should have done this from the beginning. I always believed that our worst moments didn't define us, didn't make us beyond repair. You think I wanted this either? Make no mistake, this isn't my worst moment. Far from it. It's the best decision I'll ever make.
Open the door.
I'll take care of it. Anya! What does that mean?
Kelly's still in there with her, right?
Yeah, don't you think...
I can't even fucking say it. How do you supposed to say his name again?
Daisuke?
Daisuke.
Daisuke? Daisuke.
You and Swansea know the internals of the ship better than anyone. There's absolutely no other way into medical.
Well... Swansea said it was strictly off limits. Like, super mega not allowed above all else.
The utility room.
That busted vent in their loops to medical. But, I mean, technically a person could fit through it.
If that's the only way, we'll make it work. You listening, Anya? Fine. Come on. We're not gonna make it. Na, 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 na. Hello?
See, I need your help. I know you said utility was dangerous, but I'm good right here, fellas. You know, I'm not letting you in there. Off limits.
Look, if there's any possibility,
Jimbo! Letting you scratch that foam wall would be useless. You'd only tear this damn ship a new asshole. Nothing to be done about it. Bad luck. Tail miss the donkey. But Swansea, this could be really bad. Just hear us out. We're God's hand-picked favorites on this here planet, I reckon. Means we get to name it. So let's hear it for Wake Rock. Whatever's going on anywhere else ain't my problem. Since I'm the happiest man on Wake Rock has ever seen.
let's just go. There's no point. There's no point with him. Okay.
Man, everybody's not doing well. 8 hours until judgment.
Don't do anything. Stop, stop, stop. I can fix this.
Why do you keep fucking saying that? Are you hearing yourself? I'm sorry. Still have the disinfectant, right? The one from the extra medical stash? Get it! Now!
The cocktail.
The cocktail? What are you blabbering about?
That was your fault. You would have never... I had no choice.
You. Useless! You damn fucking idiot! There has to be something else.
Find the disinfectant. Of course it wouldn't be in the cabinet. Why would it be in the cabinet?
Ooh, boy.
Okay.
It's very smeary. I'm already looking here. At least trying to make yourself useful, damn it.
Okay, bro. Huh.
Hmm.
Someone's had a fun time in there. I wonder what that had to do with anything.
Oh boy.
Huh.
Hmm.
Huh.
Hmm. Take responsibility.
Just... Okay.
Take
Not
responsibility.
going that way then. So where the fuck is the disinfectant supposed to be?
Oh, that's spoopy.
Hey look, they've been playing board games. Who's winning? Try to find a bottle of disinfectant around piles of... I've got the code scanner. Of piles of mouthwash.
Oh, who's laying down there?
Oh, that's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
I assume he crawled in the vent, died horrifically, and then he's currently dying on the ground there. Where else haven't I looked? I've gone down the corridor. I've checked that room. I don't think it'd be in there. Would it be in the cargo bay?
Oh. Oh, use the flashlight, the code scanner. On the gravestone. What the... Where are we?
It's gone.
It's gone?
Yeah, the gravestone just vanished.
Did we teleport downstairs or something?
No, we're exactly where it was. The gravestone just vanished.
Oh.
Just gone?
I
Whatever
guess.
that's about. It's
Long stairway. Oh. It's a lot of stairways.
a lot of stairs.
Like the MC Escher stairs.
Yeah, I know those Minecraft sounds. I know there must be a cave nearby.
Hmm. Uh-oh. Hmm.
A lot of mouthwash. Hello.
Holy shit, what is that?
No idea. Can hear something though.
Is that your own footstep?
That's my footsteps, but I sound like there's something screaming in the distance.
I don't like that. Oh.
Hi guys. Hello.
I remember this part. I don't like it.
A blind beast, aimless and restless, you can't run from it. Well, I can try.
Big horse, big horse.
I can run, but I can't hide. Hello, giraffe.
Okay. Oh, is it going through there?
Yeah, I think there's. I guess I'm not supposed to go past those. Guess we're going this way.
I think you can hear it getting closer.
We're gonna make. What'd you say?
I think you can hear it getting closer or not.
Yeah, the boxes seem to be a bit of a giveaway. Hello. Is this really gonna make me do this over and over and over again?
I don't remember how you beat this part.
A blind beast, aimless and restless. You can't run from it.
You can't
I guess.
run from it.
Do I have to sneak? I can't crouch. I can't. I guess I'm not allowed to run.
I guess not. Oh, can you follow the trail that's on the ground?
I guess I'll follow the trail that is on the ground.
Oh, but that's a dead end.
Yeah. I can't go through that. I hear you with the boxes, okay?
I'm gonna Google real quick how you get past this part. Mouth washing. How to get.
Oh, he's
past-
here again. Hello. Hi. Keep telling me quiet. How can I be quiet? I'm already walking at the slowest pace. Do I have to stop moving when he gets near?
We just need to. Okay.
I assume that's all I can do. All I can do is just stop moving when he gets close.
Yeah, I guess. How do we get past this part? Oh. I think staying still is doing this trick.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay. That's working.
Whatever this is about. You know, fuck off.
It's so spooky.
Please have something scarier. Their face xenomorphs. Ghost horses mean nothing. I hope it's not another Alien Isolation situation where you can hear my mic.
I'm sorry?
I hope it's not another Alien Isolation situation.
Yeah. Okay, avoid the red trail. Alright, alright. How do you get past this part? Hang on, I'm gonna look at a quick video on how to, like, beat this part. Okay, apparently there's a bunch of other people complaining about this part. They don't know how to get past it.
Hmm.
Okay, so don't run, just follow the blood trail only visible through the code scanner. And anytime it appears, just stop moving, hold completely still, and it goes away.
You told me not to follow the red.
Sorry, I guess you're supposed to. Just walk around until you hear a squeal noise, and then and stop, and then the box is moving, and the screen fuzziness. Oh, that's different.
Okay.
Okay, we did it.
I've got mouthwash. Do I have to use the mouthwash? I'm using the mouthwash.
I'm so sorry. I messed up.
Don't try to talk. I just fucking killed the kid?
No, you're disinfecting his wounds with the mouthwash.
I thought you said it couldn't be used as disinfectant. Because it's got high
That's
sugar
what Anya
content.
said. 5 months after the crash, huh? I think the vent in the utility connects to medical. But you heard what he said. Going in there now. It's too unstable. Trying to break the phone could risk the air seal. I just don't want to fuck up again like I did before.
You heard Anya, I wouldn't put it past her to do something extreme right now. You and me, we can save Curly, yeah? Swansea won't help, so we figure this out ourselves.
Right. Alright. Yeah. We got this. But even before the foam, how do we even get the door to the utility open? Swansea's been practically camping in front of the door, and he has the key.
I have an idea. You're gonna have to trust me. We need to knock him out.
You're gonna fight him?
No. Even he has his limits when it comes to booze. We make him pass out. Simple, safe, and he might not even realise we did anything after the fact. There's a recipe for a mocktail in the kitchen. We can follow the steps and build it using different ingredients. Add a little kick to it. Come on. Oh, so we used the sanitizer to knock him out.
Yeah.
We're not gonna make it.
Alex Halo says, 5 months after the crash, we ran out of food and started to eat each other, starting with Bob.
So,
Alright, so we need all those 3 things. So step 1, mix mouthwash and isopropyl.
mouthwash and isopropyl. Okay.
Okay. And then mouthwash.
This is gonna make. Who knows? Take cocktail. Okay, what do I need to add on top of it? Mix drink
we need
base
sweetener.
plus sweetener. Plus sweetener. So sweetener is the one that has the code. It was 2, 3, 4, 1. And we can't get to the sweetener because of the foam.
Did he teleport up there?
We're out with sweetener. Any ideas?
I might have accidentally at some point mistakenly misplaced a few packets before. By accident.
Right.
You could take a look around my stuff. Could be somewhere around there. But also totally somewhere else. Who knows? Anything's possible. The crash sure jumbled everything up. He totally did not take any sweetener.
Where's his crap? Where's his shit?
Fantastic question. Does he have quarters? Like, does he have like sleeping quarters?
I
Like-
don't think so.
The stuff. Where the stuff? Man, this is why I think every game should have a map.
Well, I know my way around. I just don't know where the fuck the thing I need is.
You intuitively know your way around places. I don't.
Yes, because it's as simple as, oh, this is that place, this is that place, this is that place. Like, I know when I come out, there is a walkway that goes back up to the lounge. It's right here.
Oh. You found it?
No, like, this is the way to the walkway. So this goes to the lounge. Look, there we go.
Oh, okay.
So I just know, because I've been around this place like how many bloody times now, I know it like the back of my hand. Where's this shit? Where'd you put your shit? No, we already gone through this.
I'm looking. I'm Googling. How to find the sweetener.
That's the shit. Gotta find the shit.
This isn't helpful. Where's the sweetener? Oh, the sweetener. Yeah, there's some sleeping quarters somewhere.
Well, everyone's sleeping in the lounge.
Or is it in there right by past Swansea?
No,
I could
that's
be
the
wrong.
utility closet. You can't go in there. It's locked. That's what we need to knock him out for.
Okay, find disinfectant. We did that. Knock out Swansea. Oh, okay.
The only quarters are the captain's quarters, and they're
You
like
need to combine the
buggered.
drink base with sweetener. We can't reach the ingredient machine with the phone now. Instead, okay. So head over to the beds on the floor in the left corner, where Daisuke and Jimmy were sleeping earlier. In Daisuke's bed, you'll see the sweetener poking out from under the blanket, and then you can press take sweetener.
The left
should
corner
be-
doesn't really narrow it down, considering there's.
Right here, right here. Right, the two beds on the left here.
Aha!
There we go. See?
Say left corner. Well, left is perspective based.
Does Swansea even like sweet stuff that much? Maybe we don't have to.
We need to cover up the taste. Come on, focus.
Man.
They went through all that song and dance, and it was right there. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Like those little bits.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun,
All right.
dun, 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 dun,
The fuck is that?
dun, 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 dun. Look, we need to keep working together. If this is how I can get us through this without us being each other's necks there all the time, then
Yeah, give it here. We kind of freestyled the recipe. Yeah, I can tell you how to handle this monstrosity, kid. You ain't no mixologist. Sure as hell ain't no mechanic either. You never should have come here. Who the fuck even decided to let you on board, huh? Stick the idiot with a bunch of sad sack adults and see what he learns, eh? Bootstraps and all that. What a load of horseshit. What a load of horseshit. You know it's all going somewhere, but every failure leaves you with a little more mangled than before. Older, uglier, meaner. Smarter in a worse way.
wallowing doesn't suit you, Swansea.
I suppose you think we all should be acting like you. Our hard-working, esteemed captain. I say take a load off before the sun finally sets on this party. May we never go to hell, but always be on our way.
Yes, drink up the poison.
Poison, the poison for Cusco.
Cusco's poison. Right?
Man, Daisuke
Here's the
seems like
key.
really distressed about it. Captain, you sure about this? Maybe we could talk with Swansea and see if he's when he's cleared up a bit later. He's just like really into workplace safety and stuff sometimes, you know? Which is like totally cool and stuff, I think. He taught me.
It's time to be brave. Curly and Anya are counting on us. Wait.
Whoa! It's like barely foamed up at all. Hey, it's those things! I've never been inside one. What are they called again?
Cryostasis pods.
Oh yeah, these things are far out. Totally sci-fi. Oh, it looks like one of them still works. How long could these things keep you frozen?
20 fucking years.
I can't believe Swansea managed to clear all the foam from here.
He didn't.
What?
Think about it. Swansea never let you work with him on breaking the utility room foam wall, right?
No, it needed to be handled delicately. He said I have way too much athletic strength in my arms. I would have just torn right through the foam. I was like, damn, makes total sense. Bummer.
Fucking idiot.
So I've been in charge of the kitchen instead. He said it's next level critical to keep a stock and organize every day. He had me double, triple, four tuple check everything all the time.
Right, of course. And he never told you he'd gotten in here?
No, but look how busy he must have been.
There was never any foam here. And Swansea had to know the whole time. Just taking a load off before the fun finally sets on this party, huh? That boozed up bastard has been biding his time until he can save himself.
Getting in the pod really mean you'd get rescued?
20 years more chance of getting found. I'd take those odds over our current situation. Not like this, though. By living through my teeth while waiting for everyone else to die.
No, man, that can't be right. I'm sure there's a reason. We'll ask him about it when he wakes up.
Deal with him after. Right now we have a job to finish.
And it looks like the vent, the vent looks like it's all in one piece. Whoa, check it out. Those sparks. I'd hate to imagine how gnarly it looks on the inside.
It could be somewhat collapsed in places. You could make it through. We need to try.
Swansea said it's not safe. I know he forgot to tell us about the pod, but he knows, like, everything about this kind of stuff. Maybe we should just wait for him to wake back up.
You said he could handle it. You said you could handle it. Swansea taught you well, right? Time to prove it. He'll be impressed when he wakes up. Proud. He'll understand why we had to do this, then he can explain himself.
You think so?
Everyone's counting on you. Captain's orders.
Yeah, I got this. Okay,
Oh, what could
here
possibly
we go.
wrong?
Okay. Ugh. Anya? What did you do? Oh no. What happened? Ah! One day before the crash.
Find the gun!
Ah! The gun! There's a gun in here?
You say that like you don't know anything about the story. Would the gun perhaps be in the captain's quarters? You know, checking in here. Where would the gun be? If I had a gun, where would I gun the gun in the gun? I think I would put the gun... Wait, does the... Let's open them. I think I would put the gun in the cockpit.
Gun in the cockpit? Why
I
would you put
cock
the
the
gun
gun?
in
Well, look, as you cock a gun.
the cockpit? Oh, logic makes sense.
Hello? Oh, I'm killing now. For fuck's sake. Where is it? Us being let go isn't the reason to hurt yourself.
Oh.
Anya? As our nurse, you never got psych evals. Should I have thought of that? You could have come to me if you were feeling stressed.
What would you have done?
Anything? Anything. You, the crew, are all my responsibility. I told you so over and over, yeah?
I'm not going to hurt myself. You know the gun is in a safety case you can't open. But I hid the case itself.
Tell me where it is. None of this has to be on our performance logs. We'll figure it out together.
I'm pregnant.
You're what? Who would you...
Captain, I told you.
Listen to me. We can fix this. I've known him for a long time. I'll talk to him.
I knew you'd never give me the gun to protect myself. So the least I can do is make sure he never gets it either.
Okay. Would it be the... And it's doing the thing again.
Yeah. 6 hours till judgment.
The bleeding won't stop. Just try to stay still. I'll need a second to think. We can fix this.
Hey kid, you hear me? Daisuke,
Hey, stop! Stop! Don't move.
it's alright, Daisuke. Calm down. This line of work, you could never have become a miserable old Swansea. What a tragedy. Decades of hauling ass for Pony Express. Big mighty bruiser with all his shiny tools. This is where it got me. The good life, huh? I thought you were dumber than a can of paint. Always just chewing my ear off about nothing. Useless ray of damn sunshine. Not an A student, career workhorse, or force of ambition. Just a damn good kid trying his best. Could have taught an old fool like me a lot. Close your eyes, Daisuke.
Fuck? He's just gonna kill him? Okay.
Yep.
You monster. I could have fixed him. I have to do everything. I have to do everything myself. Why can't any of you just give me some time to fucking think?
How do you still not understand? It's over. End of the fucking line. He won't suffer one more second because of your delusions.
Unbelievable. Stop pretending. We all know about your plan, Swansea. I went to utility. I saw you been hiding down there. Sneaking around with that axe, telling Anya who knows what. Now this? You're making sure you're the one that gets inside that cryopod.
Ha! Sure did talk to Anya. But it was her telling me all sorts of things instead, wasn't it? Shouldn't a captain go down with his ship? Not that it matters anymore. I ain't got no place to be. I got everything I could ever want right here on this ship. So go ahead, get in that pod. If you ever get found, you can tell them whatever fucking story you like. You earned it.
Get the gun. Okay, I'm assuming this is still just going to be a... Okay.
Yeah.
They'll just fucking killed themselves. Well, she killed him and herself, I'm assuming.
Curly seemed fine. Well, as far
Perfectly
as I can
fine.
see.
Perfectly fine. Perfect. Fine. It's perfectly fine. So I think I know where the code is.
Where is the code? Where is it?
I think the code's in the locker because I remember seeing that black bar in there. 739.
Ah, good eye on there, shiny.
739. 739. 739. 739.
739.
739. What could go wrong? 739. 739. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Nothing's gonna go wrong. 739. 739. 739. Everything's gonna be alright. 739. 739. Seven,
7, 3,
3.
9.
There we go.
Isokon.
So funny.
What's he laughing about? Jimmy! Zero days before the crash. I told him.
And you should have waited for me. What did he say?
Nothing that makes any difference.
Did he seem angry? Where did he go?
He just walked away. Curly, I don't want him in here anymore.
Hold on. Fuck. Just wait. I need to find him. Everything's gonna be okay. Plot twists. I was the... Oh, it was Jimmy. He was the psychopath this entire time. It was him, Jimmy. You tell me a man just happens to fall like that? He orchestrated it. Jimmy, I can fix this.
What do you think will happen when we get back?
You can figure all this out. You and me.
All I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. It's so annoying. But now... What do you think will happen now when we get back?
Fix this together.
Everything you and I worked for in our lives, accomplishments, changes, none of it will matter.
You've gotten through difficult situations before. This time won't be any different. Work through it, one day at a time.
It's not just me, is it? You were supposed to be the one who had everything under control. You said so yourself. The ship, this crew, everything that happened here. This was your responsibility, Captain. That is what you'll be hearing the rest of your life. Where this can all be remembered as a tragedy. Despite what must have been the best efforts of its acclaimed captain. The Tulpar crew was never found. No one survived to tell the tale.
That was Jimmy!
You were standing at the top, feet in the cement. I get it now. Right?
Right.
Man, we finally see Curly for the first time. I'll take care of it.
So he got a girl pregnant, and... Jim, tell me you didn't... I should have... I didn't... What the fuck did you do? Oh, he's gonna kill me, ain't he?
Yeah. Jimmy set off the crash.
He orchestrated it!
1 hour before judgment.
It was me, Barry.
Ooh. Happy birthday, Captain! This rocks! Hear, hear. To Captain Jimbo. Come on. You have to give a speech. Go on, have at it. You better make it good. Hell yeah! Our captain. Captain Jimmy.
Okay. It's gonna chop his fucking leg off with a steak knife.
It's a weird way to cut a cake, isn't it?
A lot of people struggle to put food in their plates, but there wasn't enough, right, Captain? The lowest rung of your ladder was our highest. Until it was all swept under your feet. Life isn't even worth living at the same level as us. But I forgive you, all of us do. I won't give up on you, even like this. I believe in you. We're gonna make it through this. Sometimes we thrive, travel through endless reaches of space, but other times we just have to accept days like these. You taught us that. You taught me that, Curly. Now let's eat. Let's survive. Gonna enjoy a good bit of leg pate.
Take responsibility.
He orchestrated it! Him! Jimmy! Tell me a spaceship just happens to crash like that.
It wasn't cake. It was a man.
The cake was a lie.
Cake was indeed a lie.
He defecated through a sunroof!
From. It's interesting, a hibiscus flower. No turning back now.
But I just turned back. Well, you say no turning back, but I can turn back. Fine then, what happens if I don't turn back? What if I walk back?
You briskly
Aha.
walk back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna briskly walk back. Problem solved. Problem solved.
Ah, man, don't break the game. Don't break it.
Game told me don't look back, so I'm not looking back. Fine then, I'll look back.
The little note thing is gone.
Do I just have to eternally just keep looking back forever?
I don't know. Can you go through the vent?
They just stops.
No, it stops.
Like,
Okay,
I can't do
so
anything.
do what you did before and walk backwards. And then there's like another vent on your left-hand side, isn't there? Or no, your right-hand side.
Stop sides.
Oh. 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 Oh, this is
Can't look at it.
funky. What's interesting is that those are hibiscus flowers, and hibiscus flowers only live for 1 day.
Responsibility.
This is interesting. This is a very interesting mechanic. Okay, okay. Keep walking backwards. Keep walking
Well,
backwards.
I did, and it just
Get that.
ended. Like I couldn't move back anymore.
Is there something you could do with the vent right there?
Right. Responsibility. This is responsibility.
Where do we go? Okay, walk back as far as you can. Alright, mouth washing, responsibilities, sticky note.
Well, there we go.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
Do do do.
Alright, now what?
So we're going around in a circle.
Ooh, that was funky. Whoa. That was funky. That was cool. All right. Look like an eye.
A lot of axes. Oh, I can't crouch down. Oh, there you have to click on it. Spooky, scary skeleton that shiver down my spine. You'll shriek and shiver in surprise when you hear the zombie shriek. Spooky, scary skeletons, you're so misunderstood.
Okay, so you're like in the vents. Are we still tripping the hell out? I think, yep, we're still tripping out. Okay.
Yeah, we're still tripping. Some weird broken things in the vents. Like flowers.
The symbolism.
Hello, axe.
Boo! Symbolism.
Spooky axe.
Boo! Themes.
Axe just goes boom.
Ah!
Hello.
What's up, man?
How you doing, mate? You don't look like you're in a good situation.
Ooh.
Well, you gonna say anything? Any last words?
Shoot his balls.
In the nuts.
Right in the nuts.
What are bullets in this gun?
Okay. Oh, I think I know what to do here, but you could just explore a bit.
It's a graveyard.
Look behind you real quick. Okay. No, just look. Just keep going where you were going. I know what to do here, so if you get confused or lost or whatever... Boopy.
Come back
Yeah,
here. Come
that's
back
exactly
here.
what you're supposed to do.
Come on. Where do you think you're going? Got a bullet with your name on it. Where do you think you're going? Gonna have fun, you and I. Come on. Come out to play. The bullet sandwich. For you and me.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Come on. Huh? Now you hear something.
Who's the real monster in this scenario, really?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely me. Oh, you little chicken. Oh, you scared? You scared of the gun? Yeah, there we go. Got you, fucker.
I have something to say,
Oh, do you really?
so shut the fuck up and listen. I spent 13 years half cut up to my eyeballs. Drunk, to put it mildly. And suddenly I saw it, a streetlight shining in my face. 500 gigawatts of the power of God. A vision of my bloated body found in some ditch. Scared me straight. So I got a collar shirt, mortgage, and a credit card. All the things that make a good man. I hoped I would raise my children to be better than their old man. I wanted to believe I was never one setback away from my worst self. But the truth is, discipline, drive, routine, the endless fucking desperation to get shit done. A loving wife, great kids, sobriety. I'm telling you. You. Accomplishments I'd been chasing all my life. Never felt as good as I expected when I crossed the finish line. So now we're at the end, taking inventory. Those nights spanning out in my head, sinking into the sofa. Broken glass in my palms, bleeding dry, the funniest thing ever. Old dogs laughing and snarling on the waterbed floor, mocking the moon for daring to show its face. All nausea and wreckage and vomit and ugly cruelty. The only problem in the world, an empty bottle. Those were the best days of my life. Yeah, those were the best days of my life. I got nothing to hide, ready to face the music. I could see myself for what I am. But you, cowardly, selfish motherfucker, and you can't even see it. I should have been able to protect the kid. If I could have done one thing right, I wish it had been to give him all the one small chance off this damn Brock.
Onesie, I'm gonna fix everything. We're gonna make it.
Fuck you.
Alright. 99.
Let's take responsibility.
Guess so. Oh, I can't get my pod yet. Okay. I see, we're at the back of the thing with all the thingy doohickeys and stuff, and all the pods are strangely clean.
Fence just froze says Shiny's putting way too much into character. Oh,
Sometimes
he's
it's
getting
fun
way
to
into
play the
character.
psychopath. Hello.
Ah!
I'm just losing my fucking mind. Eyeballs, everywhere eyeballs. Narwhal swimming in the ocean, pretty great and pretty wide, beat a polar bear in a fight, like an underwater unicorn that got a special horn like the other Jedi of the sea. Yeah, that's when death comes, when you start singing fucking narwhals. Fucking narwhals.
Oh, there's a oh. Someone's insides.
Because I've become actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
You have officially become the piece of shit.
You've got to eat the evidence, okay? Use a combination of lies, cheating, manipulation, stealing, and flexing.
And flexing.
Oh, the flexing.
Tis old Mother Goose's birthday. We're giving her a party. A party, a party, a party for Mother Goose.
There's something kind of weird and otherworldly about old-timey cartoons.
Beast.
Oh.
You have a fun time there, Curly?
Oh.
Feed him his own leg.
Yep. Oh, look at the monitors.
Oh, lovely.
So there's a puzzle.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Alright, so... it's like a pipe game.
Yeah. You still have pieces of leg.
So I guess it's just trial and error. You got to pay attention to where's the leg.
Where it goes. Yeah.
I need more leg to feed him.
Where do we get the leg? Is it on his... Oh, he threw it up.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, so it goes... okay, so I've got to spin that. Because that was right the first time. I didn't need to fuck with it. Alright.
You gotta take the leg. It's on his lap.
You're gonna firmly grasp it.
Alright, and then it goes in there. And then it
Oh, that's
goes
right.
to the
That's
bottom.
right. Okay, that one's wrong. Alright, then you're gonna take this and you're gonna firmly grasp it.
This is like the one episode where Squidward's choking on the fork.
There we go.
That took a lot shorter than a lot of like Let's Players that I've seen.
How'd you like it, Curly? I liked it very much.
Oh
Good.
my gosh!
I'm glad you liked it, Curly. I am very glad
Oh,
you
shiny
liked
why? Oh, that.
it. A
Oh
space.
man.
The final frontier. These are the voyages of the SS. Curly's gonna eat his leg for the rest of time. Its continuing mission is to become cannibals. And to cannibalize where no one has cannibaled before.
And take responsibility where nobody has taken responsibility before. Oh wow, you can control him.
You sound like you don't know anything about this game.
No, in the TV, silly.
Yeah, but surely this would have been on the people that you've seen play it.
There's a lot of stuff in this game, as short as it is. So I'm not like remembering everything perfectly.
You just have a terrible memory. Da, 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 da.
I want to go home.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Why don't you finish what you started? Don't worry. If anyone finds us, I'll be playing the villain. I'll still be playing the villain. You'll be the better man in the end like you wanted. I could have stopped it. I'm taking responsibility.
No, we can both be heroes. We're a team, just you and me, like we used to be. What happened? Well, what happened was an accident. We were trapped. I made a mistake, alright? I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. No, I'm not sorry. No, go fuck themselves.
Man, Jimmy's a piece of shit, man. Tyler Preston is in the chat. He says, I'm way late. What's up, everyone? We're playing mouth breathing. Let's go take
Mouth
responsibility.
breathing?
Now. We're playing mouthwashing. It's a game where you play as a piece of shit that everyone hates. Oh, look at the flesh thing. Yeah.
Yes, I see the problem here. Your heart is an event. The fuck?
I think that's a pony, even though it looks like a horse. Even though it looks like a puppy.
Little puppy. Sir, you have a puppy in your heart. Oh, it's a baby. Don't worry, baby. We'll have an abortion soon.
Jeez!
Oh, that looks very,
It's a weird shape.
interesting shape.
Sane Rony Claus says, howdy y'all, my ex-girlfriend forced me to play Barbie's Horse Adventure, so who's the real monster?
All clean.
I hope
Really
this
get rid of
hurts.
that bad taste in your mouth, huh? Through the wreckage. Through the silence. Wash it all away. All day, fire fresh. I believe in Steve.
Man, this game has a lot in it, dude. I was thinking about it the other night, and I'm like, Shiny's gonna love this. I loved it.
Hello, baby. Yeah, you definitely deserve an abortion. Don't worry, come here.
Jeez.
Come here, I've got a gun. I'll make it quick and easy. Come here. Hello.
I think you're supposed to avoid getting killed by it.
Hey, buddy. I think you might be right. I've got a gun. I can't shoot the fucking thing.
And you can't always solve your problems the American way, Shiny.
I can try.
Sometimes you gotta use your brain.
Well, it still
What?
got me anyway. Am I supposed to follow it, maybe?
I don't think so.
Hello.
Darn it. Alright.
Okay, so it doesn't like it when I go that way. So it runs off. And I guess I'll run this way.
Oh, jeez. Where'd he go?
Fucking clue.
Oh, okay.
You're going that way, I'm going the opposite way.
Stain Ronnie Claus says, I noticed more people have started to stream this game after the drama and its developer. Do you think it's intentional? I had no idea that there was any drama with the developer. I just saw someone play this and they were like, oh, it's super popular. I watched Manly Badass Hero play it, and I also watched Cub Scouts play it. And I was like, oh, damn, the writing of this story is really freaking good. What the heck is all this stuff?
I'll think I'll use
Are
my
these-
credit card. I think that these are all ID cards, look.
Oh, yeah.
The crew.
Renacious Froze says, in retrospect, the way the weird pony fetish Jimmy described near the beginning should have been the biggest giveaway that he was the monster.
Yeah,
I
fair
think-
enough.
Yeah, well,
It was him, Jimmy. He orchestrated it. You tell me a spaceship just happens to crash like that. He orchestrated it. And I brought him into my own firm.
Tyler Preston says the developer acted like an idiot because Asmongold said he liked the game. I think that's a bad game of telephone. That's what happened. Polly says, hey, boss.
Hey, Boos.
Oh, it talks for itself.
Pony Express is dead. And so are you.
Polly says.
Shut up. Curly tried his best, and I did, but he's the better man. I see that now. We both made. We can both still make it. I'll take care of him. I'm taking responsibility. Curly, Captain, I'm so sorry. Absolutely not. He fucked up. I didn't do anything. I did everything right. But we can still make it through this. One of our worst moments that don't make us. Yeah, he's an asshole. Should just fucking kill him.
Mm.
I think I should kill him. I think he deserves death. Yeah, just gonna kill him.
0 hours before judgment.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, we're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
Zooming through the sky. Wait, you watched the same? You watched that too as a kid?
No, I didn't. I just know the little jingle.
Oh. Well, we know what we got to do now. We got to take responsibility. We got to take responsibility, Shiny.
Yeah, take responsibility. You're gonna throw this guy out the fucking space.
Everything is awesome.
We're going home when the suns come marching in. We wanna be in that number. Oh, when the saints go marching in.
So I will read the stuff about the fan art drama later after the stream because it's so stupid and I don't want to ruin the moment.
It's okay, Curly. You're going to be okay. You always had me back, and I ended up hurting you even though I was trying to save us. But now you'll survive. It's like you said, together we can fix anything. I'm just proud to be your friend and co-pilot, Captain. No one can hurt you now. We fixed it. I fixed it.
He fixed it, all right.
Yep. Yep, he definitely fixed it.
And he fixed the problem.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
I don't think he turned the pod on.
Oh.
That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
That would be really awkward. That's what I thought at first too. Yeah. That's the game. Mouthwash.
So what was the thing with the lass then? Like, so Jimmy got her pregnant.
Yep.
Then why was he so but she obviously wasn't very happy with him. So I'm assuming there was some kind of sexual assault involved.
Indeed. Yes. That's why she wanted the gun. That's why she asked why there's no locks on the sleeping quarters, only a medical.
I see.
Yeah. That was a really great implicate. Like, the way they implied it was really nice. Like, they were very, like, nuanced about it. It was kind of cool.
You can speed up the credits.
Yeah, any more questions?
NASA's Swift satellite spots black hole devouring star. What that's about? NASA gets credited.
'Cause space.
Space.
Thank you for playing. And that's it.
And that's it. The game just
Ends.
what's the
So yeah, that was mouth-washing. What do you think of it, Shiny?
I'm trying. What's a good thing for this? Because it just says looking for game. I don't want looking for game. We just want like a proper background or something. I want a picture or something.
There we go.
What does it show on the stream right now? Hopefully, it doesn't say just looking for game.
It says looking. Okay, it says start a game. Be right back.
Okay, we don't want that. We don't want screen capture. Put something else on
Just
there,
a
like
regular...
just like a nice picture or something. Browse. What do I have in my render?
You could do the thumbnail. A thumbnail of the stream.
I could. That might be in downloads somewhere. No, it's not in downloads. Oh no, this is looking for video files.
Oh.
Okay, no. Media files, video capture, event list, images. Here we go.
Yeah, sorry, Tyler Preston. That's the game. But it's very, very it's very, very story heavy. So fortunately, you could just watch from the beginning of the stream and there you'll get all the context basically. You're good. You're good.
There we go, cut the image up. So
We're just
okay,
putting a nice image up.
so drama. What was the drama then?
What do you mean what was the drama?
With the developer.
Oh, it was stupid. Okay. So anyway, Asmongold basically said he liked the game, and then he's like, "Oh,
Who's
Asmongold
he?
is he's a streamer and he's not super leftist. He's pretty center." And the developers like must have heard from somebody else that like Asmongold was like a bad person. I don't think the developer legitimately thinks Asmongold is a bad person. Um because he's super center. Like he's pretty center right leaning, but he's just like, "Oh, he likes my game. Screw people who hate black people and LGBTQ people and people who are bigoted and blah 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 blah." And he just kind of like made all these assumptions about Asmongold. But
Okay.
anyway, it's fucking stupid. Anyway. um but the game, story-wise, what did you think of it,
No,
Shiny?
I
I
want to go back to
really
the drama. I
want
want to go back to the drama.
the drama. Oh, okay. So, according to chat, I'm gonna read what chat says. Ba, 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 ba. Long story short, so Sane Roni Claus says, long story short, someone drew Anya as a sexy elf. People got pissed. Hero Hate and Asmongold covered it, and one of the devs got really pissed. As one and Alex Halo says, as um was a one developer defended the Japanese artist, and the other got mad because Asmongold was going to play it, and he called Asmongold a bigot. And then Insane Rooney Claus says, just for the record, the lead dev is based and tried to solve things peacefully, but the sound designer made it a bigger drama than it should have been. It's just basically just partisan politics being stupid and dumb and weird, and I hate it.
Yeah, it sounds dumb.
It is dumb.
So
It
okay,
is
so
indeed
I'm
very
getting
dumb.
that. So someone sexualized a sexual assault victim. The developers didn't like that, and then
No, the developers were actually fine with it. People
okay,
on Twitter basically started attacking and doxing the person who made the image.
okay,
That's Twitter being Twitter. And like the developers came out and were like, "Hey, you could draw whatever the hell you want. You know, this is a game. This isn't a real person. This is a fictional character. You know." But yeah, Twitter just being Twitter. You know, Twitter's stupid. It will always be stupid. Thanks, Twitter. Anyway, the game. Let's not focus on the idiocracy. Okay.
I thought the
What did you
story.
think of
I,
the game?
I thought the story was great, but I didn't find it very scary.
Yeah, it's not scary as much as it is dark. And you know me like dark. I like me some darkness.
Is this the artist? Like,
No.
oh, because I saw people talking about crying or something.
No, they made her like a sexy elf or something like that. Um and then just like there was another artist where like Anya they just like made her with like a larger chest and it wasn't even that obvious or that offensive and everyone's like, "Oh, you're sexualizing her." Anyway,
Oh, I see the. Okay, so yeah, no, she's not going to cry for the baby that she was forcefully impregnated by Jimmy. She didn't even cry. She didn't have enough money for her. Wait, okay, okay, so people are complaining about this image because she's crying for a baby that was forced upon her. What the fuck is going on?
no, no, this image. I've never seen this one. It's like a little comic. Um I think it's sad and adorable. Yeah.
I've found something else as well.
Oh no. What is this? Do you want to play this on the stream?
Fuck it. All right then. Share sources. Source. Capture screen.
Tyler Preston says Kyle is the other. Oh, the one. This one is Kyle. Okay.
Who's Kyle?
This is one that I haven't seen. The Kyle one. The Kyle image with the little comic where she's crying over the baby. Alex Halo says, "Is there more artists being harassed?" Yes, I know of 2 other ones at least. Is whoop his ass.
Okay, so now I found another artist who's like, she drowns the baby.
Huh? What?
There's another artist who's drawn her drowning her baby.
All right, this is getting dark.
The fuck is going on with this drama? I literally just searched mouth washing. There's like so there's a somewhat interesting artwork of her being sad about the baby that was forced on her dying or whatever, and then people get upset about that, and then someone draws a picture of her drowning her own child, which interesting choice.
Uh-huh.
What else can I find here?
Stop looking. These are horrible.
Oh my.
I hate it.
Okay.
Ah.
There's another one which is her in a certain position.
Uh-oh. I'm scared to click it. It's not showing.
Oh, it's not safe for work, but it's kind of
You wouldn't show it on screen
provocative.
on stream.
It's not that I don't want to show it on stream. It's just that I'm just not sharing any of this on stream.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
The fuck is going? What? Why can't any of this just be normal?
Want to know why? Because unfortunately, this attracted pretty much all of the fandom type of people. All of them. And I mean all the worst ones. I'm talking the shippers. I'm talking the anti-shippers. I'm talking the people who will go after the devs for doing something wrong. Everybody. It's really popular. Rightfully so, because the story smacks. It's really good. But my gosh, just sometimes popularity just gets to a point where nobody is sane anymore.
Yeah. Also,
You
I've
know-
just seen shipping, which was it Curly
Shipping.
and what's her face, Anya.
Curly and Anya, yeah. Yeah, just you don't need to look at that shiny. You don't need to look at any of that. You don't need any of that. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this.
Okay. What a
But anyway, Anya is a super loved character, let's put it like that. Curly, super loved. Jimmy, everybody hates Jimmy. Nobody likes Jimmy. Everybody hates Jimmy. Good reason though. It's very good drama. It's a very good
the
story.
more I just look into this, it's more it's like people. I don't get this at all. Like I understand that like sexual assault is like a very. I think this game handles it incredibly well.
It does. It does.
And I think it's obviously a very sensitive subject, but like the developer said, it's a video game.
Yeah.
And I think okay, I can't exactly speak from experience or knowledge, but like I feel like if someone had a child, even if it was forced upon them, like it's quite a traumatic thing, and they'd probably never forgive the assaulter. Not like they would in fucking Shadiversity's weird book. That's a story that does not handle sexual assault very well at all. But like you'd expect someone to like care and love for a child, even if it wasn't consensual. It's an extra thing to kind of go really weird with having an assault victim drown their baby in art because you're upset with someone showing a somewhat wholesome and sad bit of artwork.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
fucking hell, this is a whole rabbit hole.
The story handled it amazing, but the damn fandom is not handling it at all. Not handling it well at all.
Just
You can't.
it doesn't need to be this weird.
The reason why it's this weird is because when it comes to fandoms and fan art, it tends to be the characters but flanderized, you see. The writers
Yes.
have the original nuances of all the characters and all the situations in the whole entire story beat. Meanwhile, a fandom kind of takes characters and nuanced situations in the story and just runs with it. They kind of cheapen it because there is a lack of um this kind of, how do I put it? Not necessarily that they don't love the plot or they don't love the story, the subject matter. It's just it's not, it's kind of handled by people who don't always know better, you know? Who don't, do you know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah. Oh boy.
But yeah, it's a great story. I really love it. I could see why everybody loves it. It gets all the love it deserves, and there people and oh, and the developers are asking for it to be nominated as, what is it, the Steam Awards for best
Mhm.
story, and I think it deserves it. I really like it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
What do you think, Shine?
Still just looking through Twit. Oh.
Oh no, Shiny, stop looking through Twitter.
Oh, that's
Oh no,
I've
what
started
now?
going into the really weird side of all of a sudden it's
No.
just fucking flooded with not safe for work art.
Oh no! Why, Shiny? Stop! Stop looking at
Okay,
this shitty.
I'm just gonna close Twitter and I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
that's probably wise. That's probably a good idea.
So,
Let's
do you feel happy now that you've made me watch this?
play. Yeah, yes, I yes. Well, it depends. Do you like it?
Yeah. Well, now I've
What'd you
seen
think of it?
things on Twitter, I kind of regret ever getting
What's
involved in
it?
this now.
Fuck you, Twitter. I hate Twitter. Fuck Twitter.
There are plenty of cases for me which a fandom can totally just ruin the media, like that way with like Rick and Morty. I
Why did
can't.
you immediately run to it?
But I
Why?
was wondering. It's like, what was the drama about? He's like, oh, someone drew artwork. It's like, okay, what the fuck are people saying? And then
Everybody drew
it's
artwork. I'm actually tempted to just draw like an innocent piece of artwork just because it's nice. Just
no,
because I want to.
just don't do anything to do with this. Just don't, because
Not make
it.
a like a
Oh,
weird story out of it, not be fandom, but just like, I just drew a character. This is nice. Just nice.
it
Tyler Preston says shiny. That's enough internet for today.
is enough. I fucking hate the internet, which is
Yeah, me too.
ironic.
Yeah.
You know, we could have played something Christmassy. We could have played Arkham Origins.
It's really it's I do you regret it? Do you not
I
like
kind
this?
of
Do
do.
you not
Yeah, I
like
kind of
it?
do. Like
You kind of regret it.
I was enjoying it up until the Twitter part, and now I don't want.
You
I
now
regret
who
everything.
was
Whoever mentioned the drama.
that? Ah!
Listen, I have a morbid curiosity. I looked up the dead body that's in Half Life,
You did. You did. You
and I
did do that.
traumatized myself. Usually it's you that does this, but somehow you've rubbed off on me, and now I look at now I'm the one that traumatizes myself.
Yeah.
What if we, I don't know, do play something to take our minds off this just before we head off, because I think I need something.
Because it's Twitter. All right.
What have I got installed? No Man's
Just
Sky, Half-Life,
you want to do a little No Man's Sky? It's a little. It's a little.
Stardew,
Alex Halo
Half-Life
apologized for
2.
mentioning the drama.
Alien Isolation, I think, would be
But then
somehow.
we can't talk.
Oh yeah, true.
It's some
Alien Isolation would be more of a palate cleanser somehow. Kingdom Two Crowns.
Kingdom Two Crowns. I'm leaning more No Man's Sky, to be quite honest, because it's just like you can make conversation in the moment.
Okay,
Because
fine.
if we
Well,
were to play,
it
yeah,
might take a second. I have to update it for like 1 GB for some reason,
yeah, no problem, no problem.
so it might end up wrecking the stream just a tiny bit. I might have to put a download cap on it. If the stream takes a dive, then just let me know. Someone has to
Okay,
let me
I
know.
will.
It says it's going to take 3 minutes, so it shouldn't
Chat will
take too long.
definitely start spamming Fs. Right, chat? We could depend on you, right? We could depend on chat. Something goes wrong, just spam some Fs. Alex Halo says Christmas game next stream.
Yeah, what could we do Christmassy? Because there's not actually that many Christmas games when you think about it.
A Christmas game? Is there like a winter themed game?
There's Arkham Origins. That's kind of Christmassy. It's even the music's Christmassy.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I look up Christmas and it's all like nightmare, like horror game Christmas games.
uh, well, we'll have to figure that out as we go. But this game came out this month. It got famous this month, so I thought we'd play it. That's why. That's why. And it's a space
Okay.
horror.
No Man's Sky is nearly finished installing.
So it's not necessarily horror. What would you call it, Shiny? What would you call it?
Depressing. Psycho Simulator.
It is depressing.
Not the game depressing. It's the how everyone has reacted to the game is depressing.
Of fucking course. And whose fault was that? You could have just left it. You could have just left it, Shiny. Why? Why? But like, oh, there was one thing I wanted to ask. There were a lot of people who really liked the scene where Jimmy shoots Swansea and Swansea gives like this whole speech. What do you think of it?
The speech. What was the speech about again?
Oh, basically like how he was a drunkard and he got himself cleaned up and now he's like an old man and he's been through a lot and all that. And meanwhile, Jimmy, he hasn't learned a damn thing.
Oh, right. I need to share my screen with you, don't I? Because
Yeah,
you
with me, yeah.
can't see. No Man's Sky. Because it's so damn bright.
Guys, I don't think he liked it. Usually,
I actually do like the game. I really like for its like subtlety and how it uses dark themes. I just think that whenever a story has dark themes, like I remember Stuart and Alex, because I talked about how Shadowversity is absolutely dog shit at handling darker themes in his story. I think even, this is probably a really good example of to compare it to how it handles it really well. Because fuck me, that game is a little. That story is a little disgusting.
Shadowversities or
Yeah,
Mouthwashing?
Shadowversities. Like I know I really like the story because what I'm really in love with is the idea of basically like a tyrant, a villain seeking so not maybe redemption. That's the best way to put it for what he's done. Because it wasn't that he set out to become a villain; it's that he slowly over time just became a villain.
Ah, yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of the things that really hold that story down is A, the ending, and B, how he kind of really handles the themes of dog shit. So I don't know if you know this, but the protagonist is actually a pedophile.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I remember while you were reading it, you were like, while you were in the middle of reading it, you were texting me like, "Oh, this is great. This is like one of the best stories I've ever read. This is amazing." And then you just immediately this part where it's like, "No, I don't like this."
It's
And
a
I was like,
really weird thing
"Why?"
to do to your protagonist.
Yeah, and I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "He's a pedophile." And I'm like, "Oh no, no!" I sort
And
of get
it's
it
like,
because he wanted to make a character that was almost unredeemable, but there's a point where too far is too far, you know?
yeah, like you really can't at this point.
Yeah.
And they have I'm trying to think now. Yeah, so at the end, he's finally put on trial for everything he did, and the women who he raped as young girls, essentially put him on trial. And the way that he
Okay.
describes it in the book is that the women that forgave him the most were often enough the women that had children because of him.
Oh
Which,
no.
oof, fucking,
Oh
oof. Oh, what a
no.
fucking thing to put in your book.
Oh no. No, 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 no,
And
no.
that was one of the moments that really made me feel disgusting. Like, I know what he was thinking. I think he was trying to give the story a little bit of nuance. However, Shad, what the fuck?
Uh-huh. I guess it's how the story treats it. Like for instance, Jimmy, the story doesn't treat him like a good guy. It's Jimmy who keeps trying to make excuses for himself. But the
Yeah.
story, like,
And
yeah, fuck
eventually
this
he just
guy.
fucking kills himself because, yeah, he realizes that actually he fucked up everything.
He did. And, you know, did he kind of sort of take responsibility?
I think
Maybe.
I think in his mind he thought he was taking responsibility. Like he said, you know, yeah, actually, no, I am a terrible person. I'm gonna fix this.
Yeah.
Which
And,
I
you know,
don't
that was
think
really
he fixed everything. The guy's basically stuck in a cryopod for the next 20 years. And even if he survives, he's gonna be fucking a traumatized burn victim.
and who can't even communicate either cuz like his whole face is burnt off and he can't speak. It's kind of interesting how the guy you expected to die first didn't die at all, you know? He's the only one that survives. That
I
was
was
a
honestly
twist.
thinking that she was gonna put him out of his misery. That was what this whole thing was about.
You know, I did too. I did too when I first saw it. But yeah, um, turns out Curly was the hero and he was framed for everything.
Yeah, I at the beginning I thought it was like Curly that was the guy that made the ship crash because he was going fucking bunko.
Yeah, me too. That was the plan, Shiny. You got bamboozled. And it's kind of sad that everyone on this ship also thought he did it till the end, and they won't know why, and they think that Jimmy was the one who was taking responsibility, and he was going to protect them and all that. Well, Anya obviously not, but you know everyone else kind of fell for it because he's a
Yeah,
psychopath.
I was kind of getting the vibe that Jimmy was a bit manipulative because he was kind of emotionally manipulating Anya there at the end.
Yep, yep. You also kind of picked it up, but I don't think consciously, that Jimmy kind of made um, the news a really, really big deal and just really controlled the mood when it
Yeah,
came to the
he
birthday
he
scene.
very obviously manipulated the mood against him. I thought they were going to
Yeah.
reveal that Curly and Jimmy were brothers.
Oh,
Because
really?
I kind of got that vibe. Because
Huh.
they mentioned a lot about growing up, but I guess maybe they're just childhood friends.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, he controlled the conversation, and even you were like, "Wow, this was a turn. What the heck?"
Also,
And I was
he
like,
also
"Oh,
put down Anya as well in that conversation, where yeah, she's just fucking shit.
yeah, yeah." And then not only that, even you picked up on the fact that oh, mouthwash isn't disinfectant, but that's what Anya said, and he completely ignored her. Make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah, this
there is a
that
lot of
when
subtext.
there is a ton of subtext, and it just it's a wild ride going through it a second time. To be quite honest, you got to see it a second time. Because then once you actually see context, it's like, oh no, oh no. Alex Halo says Anya should have known. She has pink hair and can read minds, and she's a secret agent. She has secret agent parents. My brother in Christ, what? Oh, Anya from Spy Family. Damn it. Sorry, you're not gonna get that shiny. That's an anime.
Okay.
There's another Anya from another piece of media. Anyway. But Curly was supposed to take care of it, you know? He was supposed to... But he didn't fully get there, did he?
What?
He basically... when Anya told him that she was pregnant, right? He said he was gonna go, talk to Jimmy. Or he was gonna, confront Jimmy about it. But he's like, no, we can fix this. We can... You know? It's kind of wild that this piece of the puzzle, Anya being pregnant because of Jimmy, is a huge, 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 huge piece of the subtext. Is a huge piece of the plot,
Mhm.
but it's only subtext in the actual story itself.
Yeah.
I think that's incredible.
I think darker themes definitely need a lot more nuance and subtlety. You have to be extraordinarily careful with how you treat them, even if they're a very strict moral, moral right and moral wrong. Obviously, sexual assault is very obviously a clear moral wrong, but at the exact same time, I think it's very easy to be lazy when it comes to the darker themes, and I think that's how Chad kind of treats it.
Yeah.
One thing that I notice a lot very easily is when a story is trying to manipulate me, and it always feels really cheap, because I can feel when you have darker themes, it feels like the story is trying the cheap way to reach its hand into my brain and make me think, oh, this how sad, how terrible for this person. It's and it kind of feels that way whenever you see Zack Snyder work with how cheap he makes his
He's trying to
stories.
force you to feel
He's
things.
Yes, my Batman would totally get raped in prison. Okay. And you can kind of feel whenever you see films with those really cheap, darker themes, that they're always... There's not really anything to it. There's no complexity, there's no subtext. It just is the thing, and it feels really cheap that it's trying to manipulate your emotions in that way, while not really doing anything other than just I'm going to put dark theme in my story. Woo.
So did mouthwashing feel manipulative at all?
No, it didn't. I think it did it really well.
Huh, interesting.
Subtle, nuanced, love it. The horror elements didn't really. I don't know, because when I get really into a horror game, I don't like things like jump scares. I think jump scares are incredibly cheap. I don't like them because they don't really scare me. Like I've already seen 1,000 jump scares in horror games.
Yeah.
Like, there's a point in which you just like, oh, I recognize this. This is the moment when the door doesn't open. I turn around. There's something behind me, isn't it? Yeah. I recognize this. Or you need to turn around. There is just something there. It's like, oh, hello. How are you doing? Whereas one thing I think with Alien Isolation, I always go to, and for some reason it can always scare me. I think it's one because of the atmosphere. And this game did have a really nice atmosphere. I'll give it that. But one of the things, I think Alien Isolation, because you're constantly having to be active to play the game. Like, I could play this, and you don't really have to be that active or involved. Because all you're really doing is like, oh, the thing moves, I stop. And then it goes away again, and you start moving again. That's the closest thing you can really get to gameplay, other than kind of being a point-and-click adventure game.
Yeah.
Whereas Alien Isolation, it kind of immerses you into the moment because, well, especially when you're playing in VR. But because you're actively you have to pull up the scanner, make sure everything's clear, you look around, and then because you're so focused on what you're doing, and then all of a sudden the alien creeps up on you, is like, okay, got me, yeah, there we go. It keeps me busy, keeps me involved in the game, it keeps me invested, and then the alien gets you, and it's like, okay, yeah, you got me there, I lost what me scared. But when you're not really in, like, the gameplay wasn't that complex, or it wasn't that immersive.
Oh, it was just like, get the thing, do the thing.
Yeah, it didn't really. It was a point-and-click adventure game. It didn't really ask very much of me, so it didn't really immerse me into its story through its gameplay.
Give Curly the pills, get the axe, get the gun, get the mouthwash.
I've never really been. I don't know if maybe this is the reason why I don't really have a thing for horror films. Like that could possibly be another thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why I'm so like enamored by things with really dark themes. Because like Berserk is my favorite. And like the way you describe like good dark themes, I'm very curious on how you would read Berserk. Because on the one hand, the dark themes are very, very in your face. At the same time, I'm not sure if you would think it's manipulative or not. I'm very curious about that.
Is Berserk the one where the lass gets sexually
Holy
assaulted by
fuck,
goblins?
that's the only part you remember. There's more to it than that.
All I know
Yes,
is
that
because people
happened.
made a massive stick of it on Twitter. And
Yes, that happens, but it's...
Just from the surface level, it does kind of seem like something which is highly reliant on cheap shock value. But of course,
I mean...
because I've never read it or seen the anime, I don't know that for a fact. It could be a really deep and involved story, and it could have a lot more to it. But when the main selling point of your story is just the darker themes, I just kind of get the vibe that it is just going to be very cheap and manipulative.
Well, you would get that vibe from the mouthwashing fandom, wouldn't you?
I get that vibe, absolutely. I do get that vibe from the fandom, but when you actually play the game, it's much better.
Exactly, see? So it's mostly the fans that make it just about this. Plague 2 Rook says, this doesn't look like mouthwashing. We just finished played mouthwashing, and we just really want to have a conversation about it. So if you want to see the gameplay of mouthwashing, just go ahead and play the stream from the beginning. But right now, we're just playing No Man's Sky just to have like good conversation and storytelling.
Cleanser.
A palate cleanser, essentially.
I was fine with the game. I was then not fine with what I saw on Twitter.
Yeah, he ran to Twitter. He ran to Twitter and looked at all
Because
the
Alex
crap
Taylor
that
was
on
talking
there.
about the fucking drama. I don't know what the fuck the drama was about.
It's never worth it. It's never ever worth it. That's why I wanted to play it because it was really good. But like with good story comes insane drama. I've realized. Um. So yeah, Berserk. You would think by how the fans talk about Berserk, that it's just this cheap shock value kind of story. Um, but if you were to talk to the mouthwashing fans, it seems that the most that they just talk about is what happened to Anya. Even though it wasn't mostly about that, it's a very big factor. Um, and it's just like one of those things that it's like it's that serious, you know?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, um, in the manga, they do pretty much show it, and it is horrific. It's like the most horrific pages you will ever read in your life. At the same time, it's more about the story of how trust has been extremely betrayed and corruption that would lead somebody to that point, kind of like Jimmy, right? It's not about what
It was
happened to
Jimmy.
Anya.
He orchestrated it. No, sorry, I couldn't
It's about
resist.
Jimmy and who he was, you know, and how insane he has become, and how corrupt he's become, right?
I can't hear. Sorry, I can't hear Jimmy, but not think of Better Call Saul. It just immediately in my mind, just every time I hear Jimmy, it's like Jimmy. He orchestrated it. You tell me a man just happens to fall like that? He defecated through a sunroof, and I saved him, and I took him into my own firm.
We gotta watch Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. We gotta do that.
We absolutely do.
So, yeah, it's like the actions and the horribleness are the big components of it. But because they're both character-based stories, it's more fascinating to see a person get to that point. Kind of like how, you know, it started with Jimmy seeming to be more of a hero and taking up responsibility, and, you know, he's making sure the crew's alright, to now the veil is being lifted that he's actually a psychopath. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
And
you know,
it's just like,
if I
this is
ever
the
have
awful list of awful things he did.
if I ever have a conversation with Alex and Stuart again about darker themes, I think mouthwashing would be a really good one to bring up, because
Yes,
I remember,
absolutely.
I actually, because I do remember on a stream back on Wanting Nonsense when I was talking about the darker themes in the book. Very much, Alex was just trying to tell me that it's like, oh, I just don't like darker themes in stories. And I was very patiently trying to explain that no, it's the fact that this is really cheap and really shit. This is terrible, and like I've described to you the scene that very much made me go, what the fuck, which is the scene where he decides to become a hero, and so to use his powers for good, and the first thing he does is he hears a woman getting sexually assaulted, and he jumps through the roof, tears off the man's penis, and
Oh my gosh.
throws him through the wall, and then the girl's reaction is, "You just killed my dad."
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck?
And then she starts crying because her father's just been killed. It's like, okay, Shad, okay. Because me, that just immediately thinks, okay, well, this is a really, like, it's a really manipulative scene, trying to very cheaply pull on the shock value.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
And I was talking about that scene specifically, and Alex just really started jamming into me saying I didn't like dark themes, and I kind of snapped at her and I said, no, listen, you don't get to tell me what my motivation is. That you stop being in a good faith conversation. And in that moment, I remember that Alex just started breaking down crying because maybe I got a bit too confrontational with her. And
it wasn't that it was confrontational. It's just that there's a subject matter that matters a lot to her, and in her mind, it seems to me like you can't. She thinks that you can't really deal with like the hard, difficult stuff. Meanwhile, like she has, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it was projection on her part, absolutely. But
it's also just not good faith in
person.
conversation to talk to someone and just say, well, actually, the reason why you feel this way is this.
Yeah, you can't tell somebody you feel this way because you're this. You think this.
It could be true, but the moment you start not listening to what someone is saying and you're basically telling them what like their motivation is, you've just basically killed any good faith you can have in that conversation, because well, you're not taking them at their word anymore. You're calling them a liar.
Yeah. So like, I guess having an example of like when dark themes are actually used well is good.
Yeah.
Because now you can mention mouthwashing. It's like mouthwashing did a really great job with this. But Shadiversity, he just kind of used it as a device.
He used it as a fucking hammer. There's just so much darker themes thrown into that story. There's so much sexual assault, there's pedophilia, there's all kinds of stuff, and it's just
bottom of the barrel crimes.
You can't just make emotional depth in a story with like it's a quick mix. You can't just throw these things in there and all of a sudden you've got like some deep and compelling narrative. No, you actually have to write a story with it.
Right.
It needs to add something to the story other than just cheap shock value.
Saying Roni Klaus wants to know what our thoughts of Arcane Season 2 is.
I don't have any thoughts because someone won't let me watch it.
I want to watch it with him in person. We both love Arcane to death, and we both want to make this kind of special when I go visit him, and we watch it together. So we're both excited, and we're both avoiding spoilers like the damn plague. But yeah, we're both excited.
I wonder what is, and if there's any movies going to come out in April.
Great question.
There usually is quite a few that come out in April. Like, I always remember there's always one that, like big movies that comes around my birthday.
Because it's like the springtime.
Yeah. Actually, quite a lucky time we're growing up to have a birthday, because it's right when all the movies are releasing. So yeah, because the movies for my birthday, it's great. The cinema we have in town it doesn't exactly have all the latest stuff in. It's usually a little behind, and it only shows one thing.
Oh, it's like one of those older theaters, huh?
Yeah, it's a volunteer-run theater. So if you have to go to the next city in order to watch something.
Alex Halo says, "Damn, my chat was skipped." He says, "Shiny Effects. Here's a funny thing fans know: when the Berserk author was playing the Idolmaster anime game, because that's when he makes the wholesome chapters of the story." I didn't know that. So basically, what he's saying is the writer of Berserk, of course, he's very dark in his writing, but anytime it lightens up, it's because he's playing like a rhythm video game. Because he's super addicted to it. It got to a point where he just wouldn't write any chapters for years because he wanted to play this damn game. Yeah, that's what happened.
A weird addiction.
Saint Roni Klaus says, Shiny, is she forcing you to play League of Legends? Link once for yes. We both never played League of Legends, actually.
No, I don't have any interest in playing League of Legends.
Neither do
Like,
I.
I've
To be
seen
quite
some of
honest.
the cinematic trailers, and it has some very attractive female characters, I'll say that. But,
Of course.
yeah, it's never really... I've never really been drawn to games like that. So I've just never played it.
Tyler Preston has asked the question of the night, and you can answer it if you want to, or you can change the subject. He says, Shiny, how come you rarely ever appear on Morning Nonsense?
Because I have a full-time job, and...
Yeah. We both have full-time jobs. Or at least I got one recently. I'm very, very excited to start that. I've had 2 jobs so far that I keep having to bounce between both. Um, and then but now I finally have an actual official job, and I'm hoping to, like, start doing creative stuff and streaming and YouTube and all that stuff again. Hopefully, depending on this, I gotta figure out the schedule, but it's looking pretty nice. I'm very excited, personally. Alex Halo says, Tyler, it's because he is at college, if I remember correctly. Is that correct?
Hello?
Oh, hello? Oh,
Yeah,
did
there
you
we go.
disappear? What happened?
So I think it's an NVIDIA broadcast kept kind of fucking up because I tried to change my graphic settings in No Man's Sky. It doesn't like me streaming the game twice, apparently. Yeah, so
Oh.
as I was saying before, I've basically got a full-time job at the moment. So I don't... Morning Nonsense appears... So like, at first I stopped going because I was finishing my year at uni, and then I graduated.
Yep.
And then after that, it was basically just because I had gotten a full-time job, so I just didn't really have the time anymore. Because Morning Nonsense for me is like it starts at 1 o'clock, finishes at 4, and if I'm being honest, around the same time was like election, and Morning Nonsense, I'm not.
Do you want me to fill in, or...
I don't want to be there during election season. I've done it before. It's just annoying. You're trying to have a conversation about any media, Glib storms in because he wants to have a rant about something, and I love Glib, but man, I just don't want to go through that again. I already snapped at him the last election because he just kept interrupting whatever conversations we were having, and I just didn't really return after that. I just
Yeah.
didn't really feel like it.
I will admit there was a time where you and I were both using the same mic and we appeared on Morning Nonsense.
Yeah, that was the last time
And,
I appeared, when I was in America.
Yeah, me too. And then Glib showed up, and it's not just Glib. I'm not gonna lie, it's not just Glib. I'm not saying Glib is a problem. But it's just like when the subject becomes politics, and it's hard to break out of it to a point where, like, in real life, Shiny and I were colluding, like, hey, let's try to get something non-political in there, and it didn't really work.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation about literally anything. And I don't want to sit around on a stream just chatting about politics. Because
Yeah.
there are already fucking thousands of people who are online constantly talking about politics that don't really do anything. We've already got enough opinions. I'm not going to storm into this shitstorm, put my shit down, and claim it's better because it came out of my asshole. I just want to talk about a film. I've seen a film or a TV show. I want to sit down. I want to talk about it. I want to dissect it. I want to hear people's thoughts, and I just want to have those kinds of conversations. And one time it was fun to have those conversations on Morning Nonsense, and it just became more difficult to have those kind of conversations.
Yeah, it's like streams that you and I have, like, when, it's just us, it doesn't really turn political, you know? It's just us talking about the media at hand or talking about things we actually like and actually love. But then something that I noticed, it started to, not us, but in the morning nonsense space and all that, it started to get negative of just like what latest thing is woke now, and it's like, okay, what about things that are actually good? Because we would still talk about a lot of media that was really, really good, but it eventually just became one note, essentially. Um, like for instance, um, one thing that I didn't like was what kind of changed for me was when Rebel Moon came out. And when Rebel Moon came out, everyone was like, "Oh, Rebel Blue Moon is bad because it's woke. It's bad because they forced a brown female protagonist and made all the men look stupid, and she's like the strong one." And it's like that's not the only reason why Rebel Moon is bad. It's narratively bad. It's the quality of the narrative is just awful.
I also
But it's
struggle to.
not just it's not like politics reasons. That's not like the main or only reason,
I
you know?
struggle to even call Rebel Moon woke.
Yeah, me
Unless
too. It
unless the
wasn't
only
woke.
thing you can think of to call it woke is the fact that it has a female character as the main protagonist,
Yeah.
in which I think you need a little bit more than that. And I think it's just that people tend to simplify things. Like, if they don't like it, it's because it's woke. If it's got these things in it, then it's woke. And it just kind of obfuscates the whole conversation, in which, to me, the whole problem has been like media being bad, and like I
Yeah.
thought that was the other common thing that we were all trying to talk about in the conversation was like, okay, these things are bad, okay, and I was going from the stance of, okay, these things are bad because there's a political motivation involved, but I don't think the political motivation is necessarily what is the problem. It just kind of obfuscates the writing room, because it just
Yeah.
kind of becomes, okay, we're gonna make a black character, and because they're black we don't need to do anything else, or we're gonna make a strong female character because they're strong and female, we don't need to do anything else, because that's already the points that they needed. They were only in there to look for this, they got it, and then that was it, checklist done. And that's not how you write a story. You don't
Right.
the example I used to use was, you can't go in, write a character as being straight, white, and male, and that be the only characterization that they have, because that's not a character anymore. It's just a
Right.
blank slate walking about the world, because that's not who people are. You can't just say, oh, this is white man, this is black man. No. So I don't necessarily think that you can go out and you can make a story that's technically woke, and it can be very well written. But that's kind of like why I don't like to talk about like how woke something is. I want to talk about, okay, what's the problems in the story? Problems are X, Y, and Z. How can we fix this? How can we make this protagonist more interesting? How can we give them more development? How can we give them just make the story, make it a good story? And sometimes you can't do that, because sometimes it's completely vapid and empty. But other times you can look at it and you think, okay, well, maybe there is something we can do here. And funny enough, a lot of when people who are very anti-woke go in and rewrite the sequel trilogy, they often still write them as like, okay, well, we still have to include Rey, we still have to include Finn, and we still have to do this and the other, which still includes all the woke checkboxes, but they manage to make a somewhat more interesting story. Some of it can be a bit fan servicey, and I think that's not necessarily going to make the story good, but it's at least better, and that even what they're proclaiming is better, despite the fact that you can still technically call it woke.
Yeah, yeah.
So
On
I
a
just don't think
technicality scale.
So I just don't think that is the conversation that we should be having, but that ends up being the only conversation that we end up having, is how woke is it, and that becomes the measurement in which we should judge something as being good or bad.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. I think lit dev was a huge part of it, and I'm not dunking on Lit Dev at all. I respect him a ton, but I don't like what he's not necessarily become. It just for him it became easy. Um, he taught me absolutely everything I know about how to keep the integrity of a narrative. Just narrative techniques that I've never heard before. Just everything that I've learned is from him. He taught. I went to a creative writing class in college. They did not teach me an iota of the things that Lit Dev taught. Um, Things like Kisho Tenketsu, ring theory, the hero's journey, um, characterization, world building, um, just things like that. Just basically how the sausage gets made, what's under the hood, you know? It got to a point where it was like I would like watch his videos, like his long form videos, and he would say something and I would have to pause it just to metabolize what he just said because it just it just changed my mind. I'm like, whoa, this is like good storytelling. He knows what he's talking about. But we're kind of at a point where it's just like, oh, this is woke and this is bad and these people and this drama and Twitter and all that stuff. And it's like, I remember on Twitter he just posted like a lame gif of like old Superman and it's like make heroes heroic again. And it's like this was the guy that I paused videos for and to like metabolize what he said and he's just kind of saying obvious stuff. It's not challenging, it's not inspiring at all. It's just this woke, this bad, this woke, you know?
I think in a way it
And
might just be almost natural selection because I know Lit Dev for the longest time when he tried to focus on stuff that was a lot more based around storytelling, it didn't really get him anywhere. Like he managed to get a small following and
yeah,
of people, but he didn't really
I think
break
that I was
out
part
into
of
the
that number.
crowds. And then he kind of and the thing is like when you look at for example Sofrats or even me or a lot of the people who ended up kind of joining his fandom, a lot of them were kind of like not really political people. Some
Oh,
even were quite left-leaning, and they kind of came there for the storytelling aspects, and that's what I think drew a lot of people to Lit Dev, and he has integrity. I think he can be a bit too avoidant of drama and conflict sometimes. I think I think if I was to attribute a fault to Lit Dev, that would be his biggest. But one
mm-hmm.
of the biggest things I respected him for was how he didn't really hide his. Like, if he thought a story was bad, he would absolutely criticize it. And
Oh
that's
yeah,
one
like
of the
he
things
did
that
with what's his name?
Eric July.
Eric July, yeah. I
Uh,
respected him for that a ton.
yeah, that gave me a lot of respect in my book, especially because there were so many people who were just, for lack of a better term, like circle jerking the whole thing.
Yeah.
I kind of found that the same way with like Critical Drinkers short film, how everyone was just kind of circle jerking, and the only reason why they circle jerk is because this guy is like against the mainstream industry and he's anti-woke, so therefore we need to support him because he's our guy. It's like, no, but the story he made is terrible. Oh, but no, we have to keep supporting him because one day he'll make something good. And I was like, that's not how
That's not
making
how it
good
works.
things work.
That's
If
not how
you
that's not how respect works either. Like respect is earned, you know?
Like, if you, I think I kind of warned about this a very long time ago with Eric July. Like, the moment he gained any success, I was kind of vocal about how I thought this could go incredibly wrong. Like, I was being hopeful. I said, "Yeah, look, he could absolutely take this and go, but when you get someone like that who is in the spotlight and you have tons of people who praise him, you often get people who end up falling into the trap of listening to their own press a little bit too much because it becomes easy. It becomes easy to believe all the people who speak really good things about you, and then not listen to people who speak bad because they're the haters. They're jealous. They just want to tear you down. Actually, your story was really great. Like, I don't know what they're on about. And I think that
It's literally what like the left writers do, like what they accuse the leftist writers of doing themselves. You know?
yeah, it's very easy to fall in the mindset when you have a certain amount of people who praise you to only listen to them and not to listen to people who criticize you. And that happened with Eric July, funnily enough, and I warned about it and no one listened. And yeah. And there was a conversation I had, and I don't really want to say with who publicly, but one of the kind of moments that made me think that a lot of it really wasn't what I thought it was how I was then told that we should support Eric July anyway because, like, you know, he'll make something good eventually. It's like, well, I think that's a fallacy. I think you don't, if you just support someone, like, if people, it's like a dog. People are a bit more complex than dogs, but it's very much if you treat someone for doing something bad, they're just going to repeat doing the bad thing because that's what they get recognition for.
Right.
It's not encouraging anyone to, like, it doesn't encourage good behavior.
Exactly.
Like,
It doesn't encourage like good writing.
If you just, it's okay, like you said, we're opposite political spectrum. If you look at like leftist writers and how a lot of the time they get people who do just praise them regardless of what they do because it's like, oh, it's the political thing. All that does is encourage them to keep going in what they're doing. Because,
exactly.
like, all they need to do was be political, and they wrote, to everyone else, they wrote a good story. He wrote July, all he had to do was be anti-woke, and all of a sudden, everyone praises him, so it must be a good story. Like, I guess I'm kind of repeating myself a little bit, but I'm just trying to get the point across.
Get the point across that both people are doing the same thing while accusing the other of doing exactly that.
It's partly just human behavior, how people don't want, like, people want to hear the good press. It's just, it's human instincts. It's a lot. There's a lot of fallacies and traps that people fall into, regardless of their politics.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's what we care about is the integrity of a narrative rather than the agenda or ends of a narrative. Yeah. And even though the whole Morning Nonsense group was completely against that, and purports to be, it just kind of eventually fell into that eventually. Just going the opposite direction and doing the same thing, you know?
Yeah. See, it is difficult, and I don't really fully understand, and I'm still on good terms with like the dev and everyone. But
ditto.
It's just it's a little bit heartbreaking, and I don't know if I change. I don't know if Morning Nonsense change, because I know I was always kind of like somewhat this way. Right, like I was always quite outspoken about my opinions. I was always quite, like, I guess, like, I was always the most left-leaning person in there, apart from maybe
you challenged him. That's what you did.
And I'd always fucking argue with Glib on literally fucking everything. So I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, but fortunately the election cycle's over. Thank God. But, you know, it just becomes that kind of thing when push comes to shove.
Oh yeah, and there's also the assassination attempt, and fuck no, I wasn't going anywhere close to Morning Nonsense during the assassination attempts.
There was the assassination attempts. And, like, to be quite honest, I'm at the point where it's like, I voted, but I will never tell anybody at all who I voted for.
I know.
I mean, I told you, Shiny. Yeah, I told you. But both candidates I could have voted for with the most bitter, sourest feeling in my gut. And I was just not happy at all with who I voted for at the end of the day. Because at this point it's just a circus, and, you know, when everyone kind of like treats it super seriously, it's and it's not even that serious. It's not even serious. It's not even serious at all. To like, you know what I mean by that, right? Like, not serious.
What do you mean?
It's just, it's more of a spectacle, more than anything. More just like which candidate is more entertaining, which candidate has better vibes, which candidate, eh. That I just, I,
Vote
yeah,
democracy based on vibes.
democracy based on vibes. Yeah. It's like, you can guess who I voted for, you got a 50-50 chance, but in that 50-50 chance, I am equally as ashamed of voting for them. Let's put it that way. So, yeah. Let's get back to stories. To writing.
I'd like that. That's what I try to do. The amount of videos I've written and then never actually finished. I actually got into production of making a story about a video about Rebel Moon and talking about its problems, and even talking about how I think it could be better. And then I never finished it because of my studies. Like, I was just too focused on them. And then by the time I was finished my studies, I then lost Premiere Pro. And fuck no, I wasn't going to pay Adobe for it. So I lost all that progress I made editing. And I was also going to make a video about the anniversary, and I was going to make a video about the anniversary of Doctor Who, and I was going to make a video on what was it? I was going to make another video on Ahsoka, because that was supposed to be like what I thought about the entire show, and I never finished it.
Yeah.
I never have enough time. Because like those things kind of come in and go, and by the time that it needs to be a full-time job if you want to put out videos when something's relevant, or you either just make the videos incredibly quickly, but of course when you're someone that likes to overcomplicate the video production process like me, then it ends up taking far longer than necessary.
You care about the quality, you know? Tyler Preston says, sorry for bringing the mood down. Brother, it's alright. You're good, man.
It's a better mood. It's a better mood than the Twitter drama.
Oh gosh. Nightmarish stuff. Ah. So, like, can you think of any other examples of good storytelling with Dark Queens? But, like, good.
If they're done well, I don't usually think of them as like dark stories. I just think of them as stories. So if I have to think of any that can't top of my head.
That makes sense. Like, for instance, Doctor Who. I really like the feelings of like regret and just like warfare and how it weighs on him and all that stuff. That's technically dark, but it was handled really well in my opinion until they stopped doing that, and then I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, but they don't exactly explore themes of sexual assault in Doctor Who.
They don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. But it's heavy. It's darkish. It's a lighter shade of gray.
Speaking of stories, because one thing that I've noticed, because I've been hyper focused on dialogue recently. Mm-hmm. So whenever I watch something, I've been paying attention to the dialogue, and I started to realize how there's so much shit dialogue in stories that we just kind of either ignore or completely accept.
Really?
Like we just, I don't know. It's like there's some really inhuman interactions. Like I don't remember Voyage of the Damned being very like shit. I actually remember that being my favourite David Tennant Christmas special. But then, rewatching it the other day, I then realised, wow, the dialogue in this is terrible. Do you remember Voyage of the Damned, the one with the Titanic in it?
Oh, yeah. What did you not like about the dialogue? What happened?
I don't know how to really describe it. It was very inhuman. Like the way that people just blurt out like really cheap characterizations.
Like what? Like, oh, I like crosswords. Oh, this is the character that likes crosswords.
No. It's like, I bought this on a. I made us bankrupt. And ha ha ha, we're having character moment now, and blah blah blah. It's like, oh, we're having another character building moment. It's like, oh, I'm Banakalata, I'm half cyborg, and yeah, cyborgs don't have equal rights. It's like, okay, we're kind of very cheaply trying to build up characterization for when all these characters die, because we know we've only got like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of really brings the episode down in rewatch because of how the dialogue just isn't that great. There is some, there are some funny lines in it though, where it's like, I will retire to the moon of Pentaxico too, where here the women are very fond of metal. That's kind of like funny in the same way of you dabble with aliens, I'll meet the genuine article.
I'll meet the
I really ironically like loving monsters. Everyone hates it, but I ironically love it. It's
you
just
say
funny.
ironically or unironically?
I ironically love it. I don't think it's a good story, but I could watch it and have a whale of a time.
Alex Halo says dialogue like I going to tell you information that the character. Okay, dialogue like I'm going to tell you information that the character should already know. Saying things like "as you know." I always hated that. I call it exposition signaling essentially. As you know, da 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 da, or you know,
it becomes like, okay, how about this? Like a really good example is like Rebel Moon, because of how the amount of exposition they have in those stories, and that's that film.
Man, it was bad.
I honestly think I was replaying Half-Life 2, and one thing that you kind of notice is that all of the world is like told to you very immersively. It's never really like the lore of the 7-hour war is never thrown in your face. The lore of the Combine and how they work were never thrown in your face.
Yeah.
It was always like background details and things that you could hear and take from the story. And because there's no cutscenes and you're just kind of following yourself as Gordon as you go through the world, it's told very well. Because either to pay attention to this stuff, you're having to actively pay attention. If you're not actively paying attention, you just go right by it. Whereas when you look at a story with bad dialogue, it just kind of goes, it shoves it in your face and forces you to know. And I think there's an advantage that video games in general have, but because there's no cutscenes and all the story just happens around you in the game, it kind of brings up Half-Life a lot more. I think it's much better to not explain something than it is to explain something in a terrible manner.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I think one thing I tend to go with is make up a bunch of rules and history and write the story as if those history, that the lore and history exists in the world. But don't explain to the audience, but you'll still kind of get a benefit to it in that you can give hints to what the history is, and that will be consistent. And also the world will still react and be influenced by things which aren't explicitly explained.
Yeah. One piece of dialogue that always got to me was, oh yeah, I think about it periodically, every now and again, since it happened. in
Is it?
Ahsoka, where
I was gonna say that you never know true power until you tasted the testicles of a man who's wronged you.
well, there's that too. But the one that I was thinking about was it was in Ahsoka, and they were talking to the robot, and they were like, "Well, how old are you?" And he goes, "Old enough to know that uh, the relationship between a Jedi and his master is just as important as something else." We were like, "What the fuck? That wasn't an answer." He was supposed to sound like super smart, and he didn't. It just sounded like he just dodged the question.
Yeah. And it's also just
It,
really vague. That's the thing that really bothers me about like Dave Filoni, in that in the Ahsoka show specifically, everything is left so incredibly vague. Not because it wants you to work it out for yourself, but because it doesn't want to contradict anything. Like,
huh?
it doesn't want to lay any foundations down that it has to then later ignore. So it doesn't tell you explicitly what characters' motivations are. It doesn't tell you explicitly the timeline of when things happen. Because once you start hammering down the timeline of when things happen, no matter what you do, it introduces problems. Which is why they're like Hugh Lang. They're very vague on where the fuck he came from. They're vague because they don't like contradict something. They're vague on when Ahsoka returned. They're vague on what happened to Sabine of the Mandalorian Purge, because they can't mention it. Because then it starts raising questions of, well, why the fuck didn't she do anything about it?
Oh, so they do it on purpose, just so that way they don't have to like.
I'm not gonna throw any accusations, but I'm also gonna say I'm suspicious. I do kind of think that it's entirely possible the reason why everything is so incredibly vague and no answers are given is simply because they don't want to if they give any kind of solid answer, it means that there's going to be a contradiction.
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting.
I still think it's funny that the only episode you saw of Ahsoka was the final one.
I'm sorry?
The only episode you saw of Ahsoka was the final one.
Yeah, where Anakin Skywalker appears at the end. It's like, oh, well, he's here too. All right.
Don't you have a son? Man, that introduces so many fucking problems.
Yeah. And also, there is no narrative that is so broken down and like microscopically analyzed as Star Wars. Have you noticed that?
I think I've noticed that in general, a vast majority of Star Wars media is just bad. And I've been thinking about that recently. It's like, why is that? Like, we kind of know the prequels. George Lucas, notoriously lazy, surrounded by yes men. We kind of know a bit about the sequels, but even like the shows, to a degree, like there's only like one good Star Wars show, which is Andor, and even Andor I think has a few problems in it, but like it's still like a really good show.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of it's like Andor's. I love Andor's world. I love its story, world building and storytelling. But the main problem I find with it is the structure. It's very messy, and also the protagonist is extraordinarily passive. The fuck
is it just
that?
me, or like, was there? Oh, I feel like there's an old style of storytelling where they knew how to write stories better back in the day than they do now, or is that just?
I don't. Okay, I think part of it is always going to be the survivalist fallacy. The reason why you remember a lot of stories being better back in the day is because the stories that you were getting back in the day were all ones in which, like, you don't remember the bad ones, do you?
Yeah.
Like, out of all the Terminator-like films that ever were made, you remembered the one good one. You didn't remember the thousands of terrible ones. No one sits there and thinks back in to fucking what 2012 No one thinks back and thinks about 2012 and it's like, oh, what a terrible film that was. No, because everyone forgets about 2012. No, everyone forgets about Battlefield Los Angeles. Everyone forgets about fucking Battleship.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when you have sequels or prequels, it's still a roll of the dice if you're going to make something good. So the more things you make in a franchise, the more likelihood you're going to get something bad.
Okay, that makes sense. Because they were also in a competitive sea of quality, just like we are right now, I guess.
Because to a degree, with like Hollywood has always been extraordinarily nepotistic, unless you're going back like 100 years or so. It's just the way it is, and I think the nepotism is one of the bigger problems with Hollywood. It's a very sealed environment. There's a limited amount of jobs, and the people who get the jobs are usually people who know someone, and not because they do the job well, but because they know that right person that gets you in the right writing room. And they do genuine. It's kind of intertwined with this modern idea of art where everything's subjective and interpretive. When I don't think art is entirely objective, because fundamentally it is about enjoyment and experience. But there are things to art in which objective things that you can measure that we can generally say will make a better experience, and that's coming from someone who comes from a very technical art form of like if lighting isn't like lighting is very subjective if you will enjoy it or not. However, there are very objective things about what makes better lighting in a scene, because there are certain standards which you're trying to achieve, and you can apply that to any craft, from anything from making a chair to writing a story to painting. Like when you're making a painting, you can blend the colours in a specific way that makes it look better, or you can do shadows in a specific way, or use the brush in a certain way, and that will make the art better using some kind of measurement.
There's something that has really bothered me a lot, and I just can't get around it. What kind of a person becomes a good storyteller?
I think the people
or at least has the
critical.
ability to write really well. Like, for instance, you and I can be writing critics, or we know a lot of critics that are very good at criticizing media and understanding what the strengths and the problems are in a piece of media. But when they go on to write something, it doesn't always pan out really well.
I think because when you write something, fundamentally it's a completely different experience as to when you watch something. Because when you write something, you're not coming with a fresh perspective. You're not enjoying it linearly. You're thinking about the specific points you want to hit in the story of, I want this part, I want that part, I want that part, and those are the beats that you're very focused on hitting, or you want to write the characters in a very specific way. That there are many things that you won't pick out on because you're not experiencing the story from the perspective of the audience. Like, say, when I write a story and I give it to you, you're now experiencing that story linearly, with a fresh mind and a fresh perspective, the exact same way an audience member is going to watch it, which means that you have a much better view of my work than I would, because despite the fact that I'm the one that wrote it, I can have author's blindness on what exactly is the quality of what I wrote, because the problems would be apparent to me. I've wrote them down, my brain has considered them to be acceptable, and now the only way I can really see them is if I leave the story, go away for a while and come back, and then it's kind of fresh in my mind again.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest thing to get over, is the fact that you need to recognize that writing a story and criticizing a story are two different ballparks.
I guess so. That makes
Things
sense.
in retrospect will always seem far more obvious than they will in that moment, even in storytelling.
Because it's I consider myself a bad writer, to be quite honest. Like, in my heart of hearts, like, I wanna be good, and that's why I've always followed Lit Dev. That's really why I love, like, when you talk about it, and I love reading your stuff, and, like, all that stuff. 'Cause I think in my heart of hearts, I think I'm a bad one, because I write very timidly and just like, "Oh, here are the broad strokes, what do you think?" You know? Not and actually getting into a narrative and just, like, I'm very ready to kill the darling before it's even born, you know?
Yeah.
And also, it's also in part of, like, I'm in real life, to be fully fair and honest, I'm still trying to learn about the world itself, and from the background that I come from, which is, like, very, hyper conservative, Catholic, homeschooled
Very sheltered
background.
world.
Very sheltered, yeah, it's extremely sheltered background. Um, like, storytelling and media criticism has helped me understand the world a lot better in and of itself. So when I go at writing, it's this kind of uh, flanderized idea of an experience that I've never had because of being sheltered. I think maybe I'm just like putting myself down for no reason, but you know what trying to say here?
Yeah. To a degree, writing requires some kind of experience or understanding. But I don't think that experience or understanding is necessarily required to be from first hand. Like, I
Hmm.
don't think you need to be a soldier or an or a veteran to write a story about a man who is a soldier. But it can be
Yeah.
extraordinarily helpful to educate yourself on those areas before you start writing that story, because there are like, if you don't have that experience, there are going to be lots of things that you don't understand or know,
Hmm.
and you can completely get it wrong. Like say for example with Shadowversity and some of the sexual assault victims in the story forgiving him because they bared his children. That is like a very oof moment, specifically because of how ignorant it kind of is towards a very deep and complex and traumatic subject.
Yeah.
That like you can't really go into that without a thorough understanding of the subject matter.
Hmm.
Like it's just don't even fucking touch it. But
Interesting.
to go away from that, like with a soldier story, like there's just experiences that soldiers will be able to relate to that all soldiers will understand or know better than say you would as someone that's never been in those situations,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of complexities and nuance that you just won't get. How someone might react in a certain situation, you would have an assumption, but they would actually know what people react like in that situation because they've experienced it.
Yeah, it's fascinating because when you already have a mindset of like I know what's morally right and what's morally wrong, period, and everyone else has it different and everyone else has it wrong, right? That's very different from a kind of person that's like every situation is very complex and it's not always black and white like that. And so going into that writing with that attitude of just a more well-rounded experiences um, tends to lend better than point A, point B, clear morals. That's it. You know? Am I losing you? Was that too nebulous? Was that weird? I'm sorry.
I think I get it.
Alex Halo says, put a giant robot fight in the story, Eerie. And he also says, Eerie, babies come from hugs. I'm joking. He says, don't just hire those consultants companies, they won't help with anything. Yeah, corpos don't really lend well to art.
I have noticed that when it comes to writing a story, there's almost like two extremes, and that's like stories that have like they're extraordinarily character based but like cheap character based, like they'll be very over like melodramatic, and they won't really have any like progression or development, but they'll be like, oh, woe is me a lot, and like their characters will sob, and they'll be like, oh, I went through something very difficult and hard.
Yeah.
And like they're so pretentious that nothing really is actually done or said other than something which is like very simple or like and cheap. But then you also get stories which are almost the polar opposite, in like, say, the Clone Wars, I think, is a very good example of this, where it's hyper plot focused, in which means it doesn't really have characters. It has vessels in
Tropes.
which does whatever the story needs at that particular time.
Oh, not even tropes, just
Yeah,
plot carriers.
like they are incredibly bland, incredibly shallow. They'll have a few characterizations which, like, they'll learn lessons, only to forget them next week. And like, because they're looking from, I think the writers are looking from the perspective of, I want to do something cool with the plot, and then the characters are there to service the plot rather than the plot being there to service the characters.
Yeah.
I think the right way to look at it is, instead of looking at how can the characters serve the plot, how can the plot serve the characters? Because, well, how can this push them forwards? Rather than thinking, okay, this week we're going to go on a fun adventure. Isn't that fun, kids? We should be going, okay, well, what can push this character forwards?
How would you describe mouthwashing in that regard?
I don't think it
Character-focused,
describes to
plot-
either, because like they don't really feel like fitting in a bunch of boxes. I'd say it's very character focused. It's difficult to put it into like a traditional narrative, and because it isn't a traditional narrative, it's a video game. It's kind of a point-and-click adventure game with a few horror elements about some very deep subject matters. And I think it handled them very well. It handled them with a good bit of subtlety and nuance. It didn't whack you over the head with them, and they didn't do them in a really cheap and lazy fashion. It did them. They would put a lot of effort into communicating them.
Yeah. Huh.
So I think it did it incredibly well.
Yeah. I think so too.
You can't judge it in the same way that you would judge a movie or a TV show, or even a
No.
narrative-driven game like, I don't know, Mass Effect, because it's just not the same genre at all. It's a whole other wheelhouse of how to tell a story, which is the really interesting thing about video games. The fact that it almost has more opportunities for what you can do with a story, especially since video games more often not are much longer than a movie or a TV show. Like, I can sometimes spend like 30 hours on each Mass Effect game completing all the side quests.
Yeah.
Like, so what? That's like 90 hours. What TV show has 90 hours? Like, it would take multiple seasons.
You experienced the whole story of multiple seasons worth.
Yeah, you wouldn't get 90 hours in 3 seasons of story. You'd have to have like 30 episodes in one season, all of which is exactly an hour long. But as well as the fact that one thing I find really interesting about video games specifically, so when I play Halo, for instance, I become more invested in that than I would a TV show, because I'm actually taking an active participation in the story, and I'm also there for
Yeah.
longer hours. So it's not just that there's more story-wise and quantity, there's also just the fact that I'm getting invested in this just through my time. So
Yeah.
if I play the entire campaign, the action scenes, because they're longer than you would see in a TV show, I get more invested that way.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So that there's something almost by the medium that enriches the idea.
But like, you couldn't really say that about mouthwashing. It really was just like do
Yeah.
task and story, happens, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's not. It's difficult to really relate it to any other story, other than say maybe how it handles darker themes, because it is not a narrative. It's not a traditional narrative story.
What do you mean it's not traditionally narrative?
Because most traditional narrative stories, you have a protagonist, and there is a bad guy, and you're going through like a plot structure. And like you know you have your high point, your low point. You know you have these specific scenes that kind of set up the pacing. None of that exists in Mouthwash.
Yeah.
Just because
It was like a
it's not a bad thing that this
non-linear.
exists. It's just the fact that it's a non-linear video game which is set up in a very specific and unique style that isn't really similar to many other things like it. I think it's
Yeah.
actually it is incredibly unique. Like there's
It
only
is.
certain things you can really point at. Like it's a bit like Monkey Island. It's a little like Life is Strange in gameplay. It's a bit like Valheim in the graphics.
Mhm.
But the way that its story is told, I can't really relate it to much.
I mean, not too long ago, I explained the value of storytelling to my youngest sister in a really fun way. And I told her, all good stories have a problem, essentially. Now, of course, there's a lot of nuance to that, but that's essentially kind of the message I was trying to give to her, you know?
Hmm.
I told her, all good stories have a problem. And she's like, nuh-uh. Good stories can have no problems. And I'm like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to tell you a story then. And I said, one day, you wake up and you put on your ballet and you go to the bathroom, you brush your teeth, you put on your ballet outfit, you go to ballet, and then you come home and you eat dinner and you go to bed. And I said, was that a good story? And she's like, yeah, that's a good story. And I'm like, okay then, let's do another story. Once upon a time, you wake up in the morning and you go to the bathroom, but there's no toothpaste. Oh no, what are you going to do? And I asked her, what are you going to do? And she's like, I'm going to ask mom if she has any toothpaste. And then I go, but oh no, mom is sleeping and you have to go to ballet class and you're going to be late if you don't brush your teeth. And I said, well, what are you going to do? And she's like, I'm going to go ask my siblings to get toothpaste. And you go to your siblings and oh no, they don't know where any of the toothpaste is. What are you going to do? And she's like, oh, I have to get dressed for ballet. I'll look for the toothpaste later. And I'm like, okay, you go get dressed for ballet. But oh no, there's no toothpaste still. And you're getting ready to go. What do you do? And it was just kind of just like there's a problem and she's got to figure out how to solve it kind of thing.
Hmm.
And then it's like, oh, I have some underneath my bed. I'm gonna use that. I'm like, okay, great. You have toothpaste underneath your bed. It's almost time to leave, but mom is still sleeping. What are you gonna do? And she's like, I'm going to call grandma. And then you call grandma, and then grandma comes over and she brings you to ballet. But oh no, your teacher's late. What are you gonna do? That kind of thing. So I basically kept making problems and problems and problems and problems. And I was like, okay, now which story was a good story? And he's like, I like the second one. And that's how I taught her about like how important storytelling is and how important a problem is in storytelling. So that was a fun way of doing it. So yeah, it's like now I see the most value in storytelling. You know, not storytelling, in just stories in general. You know,
Mhm.
and I've never seen it more than ever before. Because life really isn't that simple at all, and it's just a bunch of stories. That's all we have. We have facts, of course, but facts don't do much to the average person, but a story does. You know. Like, that's why we can have stories from the ancient times that we still tell each other to this day, you know, like Aesop's fables or like Jesus's parables or, you know, um even the Lord of the Rings is based off of Socrates' Ring of Gyges story. Of like what if he had a ring that turned you invisible and you could do whatever you want and that would corrupt you kind of thing. That's literally where Lord of the Rings came from. So, yeah. That's how this sheltered person learns about life every day. Make sense?
Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say to that, I suppose.
That's okay. Man, no, they really did update No Man's Sky, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they did. They added a lot of stuff. There's now big freighters that you can come across and you need to help save them because there's something attacking them. Kind of fun.
Oh, we've been streaming for 4 hours.
Yeah,
You want to start wrapping it up?
we have to.
If you don't want to, we could just keep going.
Going forever. Just keep chatting. It's been a while since we've done this.
Heck yeah! Let's keep yapping. Tyler Preston. Oh, wait, there's some chat. Sorry. Alex Halo says, and then a kaiju destroys the house and steals the brother's toothpaste. Tyler Preston says, speaking of Lord of the Rings, stories where everything goes wrong and you make it by the skin of your teeth are more interesting. Yeah, just conflict upon conflict upon conflict. What I really like is like when one thing very clearly leads to another and leads to another and leads to another. It feels like very real, very consequential, you know?
It's cause and effect.
Cause and effect, exactly.
It's not just and then and then and then and then.
Right.
Because that's weak storytelling. That is basically not even having cause and effect. That is just things happening.
It's fascinating. I keep learning a lot of things about life through good storytelling. It's phenomenal. Even Jesus, he wasn't like the facts don't care about your feelings guy, you know? He was the listen to this parable of a guy who helps another guy and it costs him nothing. Who's
I
the
now
good
want to
guy? Who's
see
the bad guy?
Jesus Ben Shapiro. Okay, gang. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about the time that a Good Samaritan destroyed the Pope with Facts and Logic, gang. Okay, gang.
Alright, gang, I want to tell you, this guy's going to heaven, this guy's going to hell, and facts don't care about your feelings. I'm God, I know everything.
Now, I want to see Jeremy Clarkson as Jesus.
Why? What do you think that would be like?
Just because Jeremy Clarkson as anything would be fucking hilarious.
Absolutely.
The baby Jesus. Hi, I'm Jesus. I am the Son of God. I am the only Son of God in the world.
In the world. Now you see, nobody can gain salvation except through my Father. But of course, I'm here to sacrifice myself for the world.
He would just fucking insult everyone.
I can see
The
that.
thing about the Romans is that they suck.
Some could say these Pharisees have a stick up their arse.
They're more
I
inbred
say-
than your average American.
Tyler Preston says, well, they're both Jewish, but I don't remember the J-Man being a short king. That would
These
be
people
funny if, like...
have more sheep DNA than your average Welsh farmer.
Oh, gosh. I was literally born in a barn. This is absolutely atrocious behavior.
Oh, what was about the Jeremy Clarkson thing I came up with? Or was it the sniper?
Oh,
Team Fortress 2 sniper.
Oh, if Sniper was played by a Jeremy Clarkson.
So let me get that up. To snipe. Script.
You wrote a script?
No, it's the original. Like, I need a... I don't remember the entire thing off the top of my head.
Jeremy Clarkson, he's freaking iconic, dude. That man's an icon.
Sniping is a good job. It's challenging work, and I guarantee you won't go hungry.
He could pull it off. He could.
Oh, fucking hell, like, it's a paid... It only shows you a little snippet, and then you have to pay for the rest. That's fucking bollocks.
It's BS. Alex Halo says, is that the oh no anyways guy? Yes, that is the oh no anyways guy. Oh no, anyway. That's how I knew of him. That's how
Yeah,
Shiny
that's-
introduced me.
You were like... I showed you a clip of Jeremy Clarkson, and you were like, oh, it's the oh no anyway guy.
Yup, that's exactly it. That's exactly what I said.
I had never been more
dear.
disappointed in you. I had to begin educating you there.
Get my education from memes. Because I'm chronically online.
Here we go. Because at the end of the day, as long as there's two people left in the world, someone is going to want someone dead. Honestly.
That's it? Oh, okay.
No. I'm trying to think of how I should do the other.
Oh.
Dad, I'm not a crazed gunman. I'm an assassin. Well, the difference being, one is a job and the other is mental sickness.
Alex Hale's like, I knew it! Oh, Alex Halo says, remember the video of him in Minecraft I sent you, Shiny?
Yeah, I remember that. I
That was
remember I wanted, before I got this job, I really wanted to do a Top Gear in Dune edit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Where Jeremy
What were you
Clarkson's...
planning?
Oh, because there's like there's the Middle East Christmas special they did, where Clarkson keeps saying like, "Oh, I'm Jesus." It's like, I can walk on water, and he's just standing there, and he falls off. He's like, I've invented swimming. I really, because obviously in Dune 2 there's that big massive water that's like really sacred to the firmament, And I
Oh
was thinking
yeah.
it'd be the most hilarious thing to do is like, this is the most sacred water, and then in the background you've got Jeremy Clarkson standing on it and then swimming around in the water.
Oh, that's amazing.
Tonight on Top Gear, Hammond. Fuck, I should have thought ahead of that. Hammond shoots House Atreides. May rides a sandworm. And I kill a Harkonnen.
You know what you could do? You could do like the AI voices and make him say that.
I don't want to do AA voices. Oh, hello. Someone's scanning me.
Tyler Preston wants to know if I've seen Has Been or Hotel or Hell of a Boss. You know, it's been on my watch list, buddy. Been on my watch list. That's all I could say. I really want to go back to watching stuff again, but it's very hard with floating hours. I work retail currently, and working part-time at retail is a nightmare with floating hours. I would love to figure something out to do regularly. That's near impossible. Trust me, I've tried planning a ton of things, and it always, like, I eventually have work to break that cycle, essentially. Does that make sense?
I don't know, I'm focusing on the not dying part.
Okay. So, like, say I plan, oh, I'm going to do Beat Saber at 9:30 every night, you know, just to have movement and exercise. And I'll do it for, like, a good 3 days, but then I have a shift scheduled for past 9:30, and then I skip a day, and it's like, well, that's freaking broken. I can't plan around that. And then suddenly, boom, habit's been screwed up. Tyler Preston, retail, my sympathies. Hey, listen, man, I officially put in my 2 weeks notice, and I quit after next week because I finally have a full-time job. And then it's a full-time job where I have weekends off, which is awesome. And I actually have fixed hours. Amazing. I actually make a money. So I'll be able to, like, prioritize my time a lot better. I'll tell you what, working 2 jobs, and one of them is floating hours, has been a nightmare on my health, dog. Because, like, you can pack a lunch. It's hard to pack a dinner with that lunch, you know what I mean? So, I usually eat out for lunch, and I catch myself eating in my car more often than not, and it's like, ah. But finally, with this new job, I'll get to lock in. I get to lock in. And hang out with Shiny more, too. Holy crud. We've only been, like, hanging out once a week. We want more. We both want to hang out more often.
Yeah, when I've got a full-time job and go working, that's like the big thing. It was easier when we were both students.
Oh, it was. It absolutely was.
Like, we pretty much stayed up every night, and then we also ended up falling asleep on the call.
Yeah. Tyler Preston says, good for you. Thank you, man. But, yeah. It's kind of funny, because I think I'm clingy, and you've also told me you think you're clingy. So I guess it kind of works out. When 2 clingy people who are equally as excited to see each other are dating.
I think when someone's considered to be clingy in a relationship, it's probably either because they A, don't need to be in a relationship, or B, because they, like, one person is, like, interested in the relationship while the other isn't that into it, if that makes any sense.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Like, obviously it's very contextual, and I think it can't just be that people don't know how to be in the relationship, but I also think that some people who are clingy in a relationship is just because they love each other.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I suppose it depends on what we call as clingy. Like,
I'm kind of just joking about, like, the clingy part, simply because, like, of the connotations of it. We're just both, like, equally excited to see each other all the time. That's the point. and we just like both want to see each other as soon as possible, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's just being in love.
Heck yeah! There's a mutuality there.
I'll tell you,
It's
since
really nice.
I've been getting more money in, the temptation to book like just a week flight and just go, man, that is strong. I mean, I could technically do it. It wouldn't be the most stable financial choice to make, but it's possible.
True, yeah. And I'm like equally as excited to just fly over there and just be with you, and it's gonna be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do everything. You're gonna show me your half of the
But
world.
it would be, but just as a fantasy, though, it would be really cool just to go over there for like on a weekend every now and again.
Yeah.
If only flights weren't so fucking expensive.
And long.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, wasn't your
I think
flight
if-
like 24 hours or something like that?
I was awake for 24 hours before I got to you.
Yeah. That's
Because I had to
crazy.
get up at like, I think I'm trying to remember now. I was probably up at like 7. No, I think I was awake for 24 hours is what it was. Because I had to get up at like 7 o'clock, and then I had to prepare for what was it like I think it was a 4-hour drive, and then waited 2 hours, also 3 hours in the airport, and then it was an 8-hour flight, and then I had to wait a few hours for my connecting flight to the airport I was going to see you, and then obviously there was the drive.
Oh boy, yeah.
Which was another hour, and before we finally got down, and then of course we stayed awake for a few more hours after I got back.
Yeah. I remember like when you said that, oh man, I was awake for 24 hours. My grandma looked at me and she was like, "He must really love you."
I thought it was funny when I saw you at the my phone didn't have any data or reception, and I think we must have just like had bad timing. Like I walked down one aisle of the baggage claim, and you walked down the other aisle. And we just missed each other because we both described the exact same Mexican family.
Hey, I'm standing next to a family of Hispanics. They're not my family of Hispanics, but
I specifically remember seeing them, and I double checked. I was like, wait, none of them are Erie, right? No, okay, I'm double sure, just making sure. I don't expect her family to be there, but I just want to be sure that like I'm not missing her here, because that's where everyone was. So I like walked out, didn't see you anywhere. Ended up very awkwardly communicating to the guy at the desk. It's like, can I use the phone? It's like, why? It's like, oh, you need her number. It's like, yeah, I've got a number, blah blah. And I'm calling you. Someone on an unknown number. Calling you, and you were kind of weird about that a little.
what do you mean?
Do you remember, like, because you had an unknown number calling you?
Oh yeah, I did have an unknown number, and the thing is, I get scam calls a lot. It's annoying. So I see unknown number, and I'm like, on the off chance this is him, I'm gonna answer. Because I was texting you at the same time,
Yeah,
but I didn't
wasn't
realize
gonna
you
get
didn't
them
have.
because I didn't have roaming.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. So I was like texting you like, "Oh, I'm here," and I'm like wondering why you're not texting back. I mean, now it makes sense, but yeah. And then it's like, yeah. Then I was on the phone, and you were like, "Hey, I'm at the desk," and I'm like looking around for a desk, and I see you, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it's him! It's actually him! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!" And you were like, "Are you?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm with the white pants," and you were like, "Oh, are you the one with the giant smile on your face?" And I'm like, "Maybe." That was a time, man. That was incredible.
I remember it took a while for you to kind of be comfortable around me, despite the fact that you were really comfortable around me online. You were just kind of awkward around me at the beginning in person.
Yeah, it was different, you know, and I've never dated anyone before, much less anybody. Much less a guy who's very close to me. That's different. And he's very tall. Oh my gosh, he's tall. Damn, why is he so tall? It's a little scary how tall he is. He could literally lift me up and throw me out the window.
Thing is, I usually don't really consider myself tall. I just consider myself to be normal sized.
Oh, trust me, when you and I are like together normally, you'll figure it. You'll see. I'm tall.
I know what you
Okay.
mean though, because you go up to my. I think you're below my shoulder.
Yeah, you're like a whole head and shoulders above me.
And every time I try to kiss you, you kept headbutting me.
I need a step stool just to kiss you.
Or maybe, just be a bit more careful.
Oh, and I kept smudging your glasses.
Yes, you did.
I had to buy, like, glasses wipes to always keep in my pocket, just in case.
Yeah, because when you headbutted me, your forehead went into my glasses and left a giant smudge.
Alex Halo says, I don't believe you, Erie. He seems a little short to be a stormtrooper. Don't say that, he'll get him mad.
I'm like 6'2".
And I'm 5. Just 5.
Very
He's got a
small.
whole foot and 2 inches ahead of me. And it makes me wonder if like your whole family's tall in comparison.
My dad's a similar
Because-
height. My mum is smaller than me. I don't really
Would you be
think about a
taller
lot
than
of my family. I think my mum is taller than you.
It's not a very big accomplishment to be taller than me.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that's a very low bar.
The most hilarious thing would be if my mum's taller than your dad.
Yes, I come from a very, very short family. My brother, my younger brother is the tallest in our family, and even you tower above him. He's like a good, like, I think 5'9", 5'10". And that's it. And you stood next to him like, oh, he's taller than him, uh-oh.
There's a threat.
And this is the guy that I asked to get stuff from the top shelf for me.
Remember when you made Jaffa cakes?
That was fun.
That went
they were-
horribly.
It was horrible, but they tasted pretty damn
Yeah,
good.
It really should have occurred to me that we should have put them in the fridge before we put the chocolate on.
Or like in the freezer, yeah. So basically, we made little cakes, and we took a little container and made circles.
We made little, like a little base of sponge cake.
Mm-hmm. And then basically we took a cup and just kind of shaped them into little circles. And then we made orange gelatin. And the thing is, we would shape the gelatin into the same circle and put it on top.
No,
Now,
we used
every time-
we used a smaller circle.
Oh yes, a smaller circle, and put it on top of the the little cake. But then when we poured the chocolate on top, it wouldn't roll right off of the gelatin and make a huge mess every time. And we kept trying different things to get the chocolate to stay on, but it just wouldn't. It was a mess every single time. We should have froze it.
Yeah, and that would have ended up having a much better outcome.
We'll do that next time.
Next time we can do it.
We also
But
made...
I was very happy that everyone in your family liked a lot of the food that I brought over.
Heck yeah, they did. I like the chocolate the best.
Yeah, because American chocolate tastes like bloody sick. Like, how much preservative should we put in this thing? Yes.
All of it.
All of them.
All of it.
So many that it would become illegal to sell in several countries.
And then we also made Scotch eggs.
Yeah. That was fun. They were kind of like a bit of a Puerto Rican twist.
Puerto Rican twist. What are you talking about?
Because we use those spices.
Oh, we did. We did. We used adobo. And adobo is like the universal, like, meat spices. You put that on everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got like the perfect blend of just like salt, pepper, and other spices.
Salt, pepper, other.
Someone, I actually had a classmate kidnap me to like teach them how to make Puerto Rican food. Did I tell that story?
No.
Oh man. So basically, while I'm in class, right, one of my classmates goes, hey, what are you? And I'm like, and I love to be a jerk. I love to be stupid and be like, oh, you know, what would I say? I would be like, oh, I don't know, what are you? And then they would blush and just kind of tell me like a blend of whatever the heck they are, usually Caucasian. It's really funny. And then I would just be quiet and not answer just to be a jerk. And just to see how
I don't know
it
why,
would make
but
them...
I'm sorry to interrupt the story.
Yeah.
For some reason, it just makes me think of that old line of, I'm lesbian. I thought you were American.
Yep. Fucking American. But, yeah. And usually when I get that question, like, they don't press on to like, oh, what are you? But she actually did, and when they do that, I'm pretty impressed. So I'll answer. I'm like, yeah, I'm Puerto Rican, Dominican.
You answer any question as long as it's asked twice.
The first time it's for my own amusement, just to be a jerk. Second time it's like, okay, I respect y'all.
Like you're a Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm Puerto Rican, Dominican, Caribbean mix, And she's like, oh, interesting. She's like, do you know how to cook? And I'm like, okay, interesting question.
No,
sorta,
you don't know
yeah.
how to cook.
I was like, sorta, yeah. And she's like, oh, okay. And, this girl, she's been driving me back and forth to my dorm because I didn't have a car at the time to the classroom. And one day she just like didn't go back to the classroom to the dorms. She just went straight to Walmart. She's like, hey, can you help me with something? I'm trying to cook chicken with my boyfriend, but just like I don't know how to do it. Can you show me what you put on your chicken? Like, I rarely cook chicken, but I know like basically what my parents
yes.
do.
You're a minority. Can you tell me how to cook?
Yep. So she basically kidnapped me into a Walmart and just like made me teach her how to cook chicken. So I just made her get adobo. I made her
like
get.
going up to someone that's Jewish and say, "You can do my taxes, right?"
Oh my gosh. Hey, can you help me with the taxes? Can you do some of my accounting, please?
I mean, at least it's a positive assumption, but at the same time.
So yeah, I just kind of led her around the store and just be like, okay, so you just get adobo, you just get some vegetables, chop some vegetables, you put adobo on it, and treat it like it's salt, and there you go. She's like, oh my goodness, thank you so much, I appreciate, thank you. And then we finally drove all the way back to the dorms, and then like a couple days later, she was like, me and my boyfriend, we had the chicken. It was amazing. Thank you so much. And it was like, okay, That's kind of nice, but kind of funny, because, like...
It's a shame you couldn't cook like that when I was there.
Oh gosh, you're not gonna let that go, are you?
No, I'm not.
I
You
don't know
were like,
why I
oh,
couldn't.
Like us Latinas were such great chefs and cookers, you know, like you're gonna eat so well. Arrive there. What do I get?
Latinas, we make do. Latinas make do.
I get what was it that we had again? What was that you?
Oh,
Like,
penne alla
alcohol.
vodka.
The penne alla vodka, yeah.
We didn't have vodka. We had red wine, and it was aged and bitter and.
I would have thought like red wine would have worked because like there's constantly like people put red wine in things all the time in recipes.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Didn't work. Don't know why.
Okay, it wasn't terrible. Like it just.
Yeah.
It was just really. Yeah.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
Nah, it didn't work.
But trust me, when I get over there, I'm gonna have some recipes in tow. Trust me.
Believe me, it's better than some of the things I've eaten on my dad's made.
I'm trying to show you Hispanic food, not British food. Not bad British food. Good Latin Puerto Rican food. But yeah, trust me, when I get over there, I'm gonna have some good recipes in tow. Heck yeah. My grandma still owes me a red rice recipe.
Yeah, I really
I'm gonna have
like
to hold
that
her
one.
at some point for
I was
that one.
surprised at how a lot of the food I ended up liking.
Yeah.
Even the Mexican
really
food.
good.
I'd never had Mexican food before.
Oh yeah, we went to a Mexican restaurant. That was great. And you actually ate like the spicy salsa. I was impressed.
Yeah.
It's like that episode. It's like that part in Elemental where like the water guy, he eats the flaming coal nut. That was a great movie to watch, by the way.
Yeah.
I still think of that every
From the
now and
trailers, I always thought it was going to be very generic, but it actually was quite sweet.
then. Yeah. And weirdly appropriate. It was like
I
an
didn't
allegory
like-
for...
I didn't
Yeah.
like how the water guy always cried all the time.
He does at the beginning, and you don't really like him at first. And I think that's intentional, but like as the movie goes on, you like him more just like Ember does. I think that's the point. I think they could have done it better, differently, but this is what we got. Alex Halo says, "Don't Eerie Shiny doesn't have the toilets to handle that type of food." Did you have any trouble later on after we had Mexican food?
I don't think so.
That's good. A lot of people tend to. Why? Because we use a lot of beans! Wait, you're British. You also have a lot of beans.
Yeah.
Nice. Beans, they're good for your heart.
The more you eat, the more you...
The more you fart. How long have we been going? My gosh.
Nearly 5 hours.
Heck yeah.
Do you want to stop the stream now and then maybe just finish, what was it, Kindergarten Cop?
Sure, why not?
And then tomorrow we could watch Klaus and Jingle All the Way.
Woo! Alright, I think we're gonna make this a tradition of watching Klaus and Jingle All the Way back to back during Christmas time. Heck yeah.
To me, watching Jingle All the Way is always something I do every Christmas.
Put the cookie down!
Put the cookie down!
No!
No! Oh, these cookies! I just... It's so, like even just the inception of the film, I think is quite hilarious. The Ted is just trying to cook Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like he literally sleeps with all the wives on that street, and still just has to claim that one unconquered land.
I mean, like, think about it. It's for his ego. Like, imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger. He is the most muscular man on planet Earth. I'm talking this man, like,
Trying to cook
he's
Mr. Universe.
exactly. Who can claim that they did that? This guy really wants to try.
The part that bothers me most about a lot of the films that Arnold's in is that they don't just fucking make him like an Austrian immigrant to America. They always make him an American, and it makes no fucking sense.
I love that.
It makes I'm natural born American. I don't have any funny accent.
born American. Put the cookie down. Up.
Made him sound more Russian there.
They kind of sound similar, Austrian, Russian.
Austrian and Russian don't sound the same.
Huh.
Austrian's more like a rural German.
As if I would know what a rural German sounds like.
Well, he does. He sounds like Arnold.
Okay, fair enough. Alright. You want to close out the stream, Shiny?
Alright, yeah, let's finish up.
Alright. Thank you so much for everyone for watching this stream. Thank you to everyone that's in the chat, and thank you for everyone who participated. We will hopefully see you again really, really soon.